Mic check. 1, 2. It's real. We're here. It's happening. It's Friday. The ads are over. We're on time. Stream is ready to start. Amazing. I am very excited for today. I have 2 things that I want to do with y'all before we get to tactics. But we're not going to waste too much time. We won't have as long of a recap as yesterday either. That was a lot. That was a lot. That was a big recap. Probably one of the biggest, if not the biggest, recap that we've had so far. The end of Chapter 3 recap may have been larger, but we're definitely up there. Okay, let's see. We're going to go right over here. Let's get started. Welcome in, everybody. How we doing? Happy Friday, if it's your Friday. Let's see. Before we start today, I have one exciting thing to share. Something that may not be exciting to you, but is very exciting to me. Because it combines 2 really nerdy obsessions, which are math and spreadsheets. And the other thing is, I forgot the dang wheel spin again. So we are going to spin the wheel at the top of the stream today. Because that way I can't forget. We had a resub from Holy Gad on Tuesday that I acknowledged, but then didn't do the wheel spin when I said I was going to, and then forgot. And then yesterday, I was like, hey, I forgot that wheel spin on Tuesday. We got to do that. And then I forgot it again. So, before we become gamers today and forget again, I'm going to spin the wheel at the top of the stream. But before we do that, there's one other thing that I want to show you. I say finally, I just thought of this like fairly recently. I've added some new metrics to the Smash Bros. Ads tracking. And I know a lot of y'all don't care about this, but I'm going to show you anyways. So here on your screen, this is what's in the bottom left corner of the ads layout. And it's usually, it's pretty small, and a lot of you are probably like, even if you're looking at your screens, you might be on a phone and you can't really see it. Well, before today, we only had 3 metrics columns, or we only had 1 metrics column on the right side, which was just the very first one that's called total, that just added the total number of wins that each character had, which is what this is. So this is like a plot of combatant versus combatant scores. So on the left column is the character scoring, right? And then the top row is the character they are scoring against. So like, for example, this cell right here, oh, you can't see my cursor. Guess it's by design. But like in the top row, this cell that's a 2 represents Donkey Kong having 2 kills against Mario, right? So that's how you interpret the data of this spreadsheet. And this is actually how the scoring is arranged in the game. You can go into the multiplayer stats and look at this for like your game cartridge. And I just recreated it basically. And then the color scaling is just so that you know, the higher numbers are closer to gold, and the lower numbers are closer to like a bluish silver, just for more visual interest. And so, like for this this first row is like all of Donkey Kong's scores, right? So he's got 1 KO against Yoshi, he's got 2 KOs against Mario, he's got 5 against Pikachu, and 3 against Ness. And then the other characters, he either hasn't fought them or he got shut out by them, right? So this first column would say, okay, all those numbers added together is 11. And so we could look at this far right column and see, okay, here's kind of a general look at how many points everybody has. But where that falls short is it doesn't really give us an accurate picture of who's in first place necessarily, because certain characters have appeared more times than other characters. So we needed to take it to the next level, and I had told myself I was going to do this for a while, but it took me a while to get around to it. And this morning I just happened to have extra time and I was feeling it, and I made a little coffee that we're going to drink before matcha because we're feeling cheeky today and powerful. So now we have 2 more columns that you'll be able to look at. So the score column is now everybody's overall score. And what this column does is it looks at how many total points you have, each character has, and then divides it by the number of times that they have appeared, which is tracked in another part of the spreadsheet that you can't see. Well, you could see it if you went to the link. I'll give you the link. It's not like private or anything. It's just not shown on the screen. One second. Let me get the link here. Actually, doesn't it just come out if I hit smash? Yeah, there it is. That stats spreadsheet has 3 tabs that I use to track all the different things for our ads bros. And in the second spreadsheet, I made a column that keeps track of how many times has this character appeared in a matchup, so that we could compare that against their total score. So this second column here called score is now how many points do you have divided by how many times have you fought. So that way, if somebody has 0 points because somebody beat them really, really bad, 11-0, that'll get factored in. And if somebody has only appeared 3 or 4 times versus a character who's appeared 5 or 6 times, they're going to be evened out and ranked based on their average score. So this is basically, this middle column here called score is essentially how many points, or how many rounds out of 11 this character is averaging every time they show up. And so the far right column, the very last one, yo Rez, happy Friday to you as well, man. Welcome in. Welcome to math time. I'm just showing off my new additions to the Smash Stats spreadsheet because I'm really excited about it, and I know nobody cares, but I'm gonna force anyone who's here to listen to me for a minute. I added these two columns on the far right, so we have a clearer picture of how things are coming along. So yeah, this middle column here called score is just how many KOs you have divided by how many times you've appeared. So it's the average score every time they appear. And then the last column, rank, literally just looks at the column to the left. It looks at the score column and says, okay, out of everybody in the score column, what rank are you? It's a really easy formula in Google Sheets. So this just has everybody ranked 1 through 12, because there's 12 characters. And there's a couple of ties right now for 5th and 8th place. So there's no 6 and there's no 9. So yeah, now we have a really, really accurate picture of who is actually in the lead. So, if you looked at this total column, you see, okay, Fox has the most points, he must be in first place. Well, that does happen to be true, but then you might look at Link having 40 points, the second most points, and think, oh, I guess Link is in second place. Well, no, actually Link is in fourth place. He's just appeared a little bit more than these other characters. The person in second place is Captain Falcon, who only has 36 points. He's behind Link and Pikachu as far as the total score, but he has a higher average. He's appeared less times, but every time he appears, he wins about 7 out of the 11 rounds every time. So he's in second place. So that's how this is all set up now. And so when we switch over to the ad scene, this will still be in the bottom left of your screen, and you'll be able to look at it and check in. We'll just have these 2 new columns on the far right. And now we'll always know exactly where everybody ranks. And that way, you know, as we get into the back half of the matchups, we may end up changing up how we pick who fights next. You know, right now it's kind of random. People just throw out their channel points and they pick a character they want to see. Well, obviously, as we get closer to the end of possible matchups, there's going to be a lot of eliminations. It's like, okay, somebody picked Link to fight. Well, there's only like 3 characters left that can fight against Link, so you gotta pick one of those 3, and it gets a little more messy, and we may start to just arbitrarily, you know, go down the list. It's like, okay, now we're just gonna do all of Link's matchups, and now we're gonna do all of Yoshi's matchups, or whatever. And so the disparity would get wider and wider and wider of like total points not being reflective of the actual rank and final score. So now we don't have to worry about that. All of this updates automatically. These aren't like numbers that I have to go and type in. These are all formulas. So when I go in and I add more wins and more matchups in my other sheet where I actually manually track everything, all of this stuff on the standings will just automatically update. So if somebody's average score goes up and it changes this tie for 5th place, for example, all of that's just automatically going to update. So, yo, Kiki, how are you doing? SNES, hello. Yeah, I love me a good spreadsheet as well. I am an absolute maniac for spreadsheets. I will make a spreadsheet at the drop of a hat. I will take any excuse to make a spreadsheet. I mean, some of y'all in the Discord saw the Kirby's Dream Land 2 spreadsheet that I made. I basically converted the stuff that I did on graph paper to a spreadsheet and made it look really, really nice, and like fine-tuned it because there was a lot of things that were kind of incorrect. Yeah, put them in Discord, Kiki. I'd love to look. I'll look at any spreadsheet. So yeah, anyways, I just wanted to do a little soapbox for that, because I was happy that I got the arithmetic all set up for these 2 new columns. So now we will always know who's in what position, regardless of how many times they've appeared, and all that. We've got more metrics. We love our metrics. If we want to change up the selection process for characters, I'm totally down for it, and if people have ideas, I'm totally down for that too. For now, I'm just gonna keep the channel point redeem where people pick a character. I might also try to update the smash command, because we have an exclamation point smash command that gives you a link to this spreadsheet and then just a list of the 12 characters, because not everybody knows who is in the first one. Like the other day, somebody was like, "Oh, I pick Lucas," and it's like, he ain't in this game. And you know, it's fine. People can just reselect or take their points back or whatever. But just trying to help people out. But yeah, we may make some changes now that we're getting into the back half of matchups, and there's going to be more. There's going to be more and more things to list off that you can't pick, and I think that gets difficult for people. So, anyways, that's enough about Smash Bros. We need to spin the wheel. This is for a sub that came in on Tuesday, and I forgot to spin, and I remembered yesterday at the top of the stream because I left a note for myself, and I said, we're going to spin, and then we didn't spin. So, I think lesson learned, we got to do it before the game starts today, or I'll forget again. So, let's see. Is the roaming mic working? Looks like it is. Yeah. All right, let's go over here. Let's kick out the wheel and swap over to the roaming mic. Bubblegum KK. All right, let's let her rip. This one's for Holy Gad. He's not here right now, unfortunately, so hopefully it's not something he has to pick. But if it is, we'll make it work. Thank you, Gad, for your continued support and your patience. What do we got? A game gush. Well, actually, you know, that's right on the peg. I think that's, like, it's, you guys can't see this fine of a detail, but the thing is not actually on either side of the peg. It is legitimately on the peg. So I'm gonna call that a respin. Judge's ruling, that's a respin. Oh, my neck is so much better today. 10 push-ups. All right, we can crank that out real quick. Right in the doorway here. Let's see, can you see me? Yeah, you can see me. A 10-pack to start us off. All right. Man, my neck was so stiff by the end of stream yesterday that it was kind of like taking my breath away. And, you know, I was doing some... I have to be very careful when I have a stiff neck because, like, you know, sometimes when you have, like, something that's sore, you can, like, massage... At least this has been my personal experience, you know. Sometimes I can, like, massage it a little bit and, like, do some stretching, and it'll, like, lightly loosen up and get better, like, throughout the course of the day. But my neck doesn't really work like that. A lot of times if I try to, like... If I have a stiff neck and I try to, like, do stretches or, like, massage it, it doesn't really get better. I have to, like, do different things. I have to, like, do heat and, like, you know, other stuff. But by the evening, I kind of felt like, okay, I think there are, like, some pops that are ready. And so I got the lady to do some chiropractic moves on me. And I got 2 really good cracks on, like, the top 2 vertebrae. And it's been so much better since that. So huge shout out to the lady. She was like, she was not confident at all. She was like, you sure you want me to do this? And I was like, yeah. Like, this is gonna work. This is gonna be great. And I, like, told her exactly what to do. And afterwards, she was like, wow, that was awesome. I did it. I was like, you did. And then of course, she's like, do me. And I did get, like, a decent crack out of her, but it wasn't quite at the level of what my spine did. Yo, how's it going, Street? How are you? Welcome in. Okay, I think we're ready. Let's launch the game, shall we? And we'll start our recap and we'll get right into it. Snuggled up with blankets and plushies. That sounds phenomenal. Yeah, I always drink matcha on Friday, but it was like a huge rainstorm last night, and it's very like gloomy today. So I was like, I have to start with coffee. It just sounds so right. It just sounds so good. Whenever it whenever it rains, it makes me want coffee. So we're gonna be heavily caffeinated today because I'm finishing this coffee that was kind of like my before stream caffeine, which I usually don't do. I usually wait to start my caffeine when I go live, or maybe right before. But today I was like, we'll get started a little early, and then we're gonna do the matcha, and then I have the new hotness energy drink in back, if needed. You just got another bag of some fancy coffee that your wife really likes. It was $20. Nice. Pot of coffee, or do I have a smaller batch preference? Funny y'all should bring this up. So I used to have a very strict rule about not keeping coffee in the house because my fear was, well, if I keep coffee in the house, I'm just going to drink it every day because it's going to be right there. And I wanted coffee to only be a go out and get it treat kind of thing, to keep it as a limited time thing. I didn't want to become an everyday coffee drinker because I'm afraid of, building a dependency and all that sort of thing. I try to limit my caffeine as much as I can, but I definitely drink a lot more than when I was working. So we never used to keep coffee in the house. And we'd have other caffeinated things in the house, just not coffee. And like the lady's parents gave us a coffee machine years ago because they like moved away from a standard coffee maker to like a Keurig or something, and they gave us that. And I was like, nope, we're not going to use that. We're not going to start buying beans. We're not going to go down this rabbit hole, right? Even though I really like coffee. And the lady used to despise coffee. She wouldn't go anywhere near it. She didn't even like the smell of it. But now she likes it. I got her. I gatewayed her with mochas because she loves chocolate. And now she's fully arrived. But anyways, now we just buy cold brew concentrate. I prefer cold brew over like a traditional like pour over or pot coffee because it's less bitter and less acidic. It doesn't like hurt my tummy as much. It's less likely to give me a headache. And then also it's just so freaking easy because I like never drink hot coffee. Even when it's cold outside, I'm usually still drinking cold coffee. So it just makes sense for us to have like a thing of concentrate in the fridge. It just works a lot better. And she doesn't really drink coffee hot either. So like we'll drink coffee hot sometimes, but very very rarely. So we do keep it in the house now. But I still try to limit it as much as I can. I don't drink it every day. But I don't have any type of like craft sensibilities or brand loyalty or anything like that when it comes to the stuff that we buy. If we're going out for coffee, I have feelings. I'm not going to just get like random coffee from some like mid place because I can tell the difference. Orange Blossom Peach Brown Sugar Blend. Whoa, that's wild. You're a coffee drinker now too, Kiki. You make your own cold brew. Yeah, and that's honestly the way to do it. It's definitely less expensive that way. It would just require us to buy more small appliances, and like we would also have to like remember to do the process. So we're being lazy by just buying it. You use what most people would consider a gross amount of creamer. I mean, hey, do whatever you want. Our good friend Brack is a creamer fiend as well. You're always curious about coffee taste because everyone progresses through things in a different order with a different destination. Yeah, that's pretty true. I'm trying to keep it really simple. I'm trying to drink less sugar these days. You know, I know y'all all think of me as the soda guy, but I pretty much only drink sodas when we do them on stream. So it's pretty limited. Maybe for like a special occasion, like if we have people over, or if we're going somewhere, or we have like a nice meal at home or whatever, I'll be like, I feel like a root beer or a ginger beer or something like that, and I'll have one. But like I'm making my coffee drinks and my matcha drinks with no sugar these days, getting used to that. And that the new hotness energy drink that I mentioned earlier is also no sugar, and also no alternative sweeteners either. So that's been an adjustment. It makes you feel like a kid again. Nice. 2.5 ounces of water, 2.5 ounces of concentrate, bit of milk, some simple syrup. Yeah, that sounds great. I just do 50-50 concentrate and milk substitute. That's it. That's all that was. It was just concentrate, almond milk, nothing else. Ice. Really, Rez? Yeah, I'm sure that happens to a lot of people actually. I mean, we're definitely all addicted to sugar to some degree. So, it just, you know, it's just a matter of figuring out how dependent you are on sugar. I'm not trying to completely cut sugar out of my diet. I just want to drink less sugar. Okay, we're supposed to be doing a recap. Let's do that. Let's take a look at what happened yesterday. We did do a lot yesterday. We have about 2.5 pages of notes. So, some of what we wrote down yesterday was a revisit of some things that happened last week. The first thing that we did yesterday was we went back and we investigated the alternate choice in a branching choice that we were given. When we got to was it Zeltenia? Yeah, when we no, Bethla Garrison. When we got to Bethla Garrison, our goal was to stop Goltana's forces and Larg's forces from going into an all-out war, all-out battle. And we had to find some way to do that. And when we got there, we were allowed to go to the North Gate, which was kind of like the front door, or we were allowed to go to the South Gate, which was, I guess, the back door. And those were two completely different encounters that had unique dialogue, completely different enemies to fight against. And we scoped out both of them initially, and then ended up following the North Gate path. And then after the North Gate path, there was another battle where we were at a sluice gate, and we had to kill some more people, and then destroy the Sleuth Gate so that we could flood this battlefield that was going to be the stage for this, you know, offensive where the two forces were going to collide. And so our thinking was, okay, if we flood this battlefield, they're not going to be able to fight. Meanwhile, there's all this other stuff going on. There's like 19 assassination plots where everybody's going to die. And we were kind of told about that by Delita, but rather than try to thwart any of those, we were more so looking out for the common people, you know, the soldiers, the everyday people that are in these two armies that, you know, think they're fighting for the right side, but everybody's corrupt. And that wasn't really spelled out in plain terms, but I guess that's kind of what I'm projecting onto Ramza as his goal there. So we did that. We got a bunch of scenes. A bunch of people died. We'll get there. But what we did yesterday is we went back and we said, okay, what happens if we go back to our previous save and we do the South Wall? So we went back, we did the South Wall fight, and we wanted to know, you know, does that still lead us to the Sluice Gate, or does it lead us to something else? And then the scene afterwards referenced the events of the Sluice Gate. So is there like another outcome there? Well, it turns out that it's not any different. The paths converge again right after the north or south fight. You end up at the Sluice Gate, you do the same thing, you see the same scenes otherwise. So it wasn't that much of a deviation, but at least we know for sure now. So we went back to our initial save where we had cleared everything, but we resaw the scene where Daisadarg murders Larg on this battlefield where a bunch of Hokoten are like dead or poisoned or both. Zalbag witnesses Larg just straight up murder, Zalbag witnesses Daisadarg straight up murdering Larg. I don't know if I said that right the first time. And Larg is like, oh no, you planned this all along, didn't you? And then also implicates Daisadarg as having murdered Balbinus, his father, rather than him dying from being ill. And weirdly, Zalbag isn't like surprised by anything that's happening other than just like, wait, you can't kill him out here. How are you going to convince people that you didn't do that? And he's like, we'll just say that he died in battle and we'll give this knife to some random dead soldier over there, you know? And Zalbag is just like, okay, whatever. When Daisadarg kills Larg, he's talking to Zalbag, and he says that the poisoning was done by Beowulf allies, and that they intend for the Beowulfs to take center stage. So Daisadarg clearly has it in his mind that all this other stuff that's at play, whoever's behind it all, sees him as, like, the same, like, lofty image of himself that he has for himself, kind of thing. You know, like, clearly Daisadarg thinks that he's intended for greatness and to rule, and whoever is pulling the strings has him convinced that they think the same thing. But it seems like Daisadarg is probably being manipulated. You know, the church needs all these people to die so that they can take the center stage. So if they can see that Daisadarg, has these lofty goals for himself, they're like, oh, well, you'll definitely kill Larg to get him out of your way. So all we have to do is convince you to do that, and that's one of these people that we want gone, taken care of, and we don't have to lift a finger, right? And it seems like that's how all these assassination plots are kind of set up. It's like, well, we'll just plant this seed here, and say this thing here, and move this chess piece here, and a lot of these people will just take care of each other. And then whoever's left over, we'll figure that out. But they're trying to make as many of these leaders and high up people kill each other as possible to make it easier on themselves while they do whatever else that is that they're doing. So I wrote this down as a rhetorical question in my notes, like, was Daisadarg manipulated to assassinate Larg with his rhetoric? I think the answer is almost undoubtedly yes, but it's technically not been confirmed by the script. So, you know, if it is in plain explicit text confirmed, you know, we'll go back and we can make a little note there. So, yeah, I wrote, I have a feeling whoever put him up to it has no intention of actually rewarding him. They just needed somebody to take out Larg. And then they'll likely deal with him later. So then we did some movement on the map. We did some shopping and some new equips. There were some new armor and weapons that we bought. Not a ton of stuff, but we did make a few upgrades. We had to pass a couple of map tiles without getting a random encounter. I think we only had to soft reset one time. Then we got to a new location, which was called Zargitas Trade City. And it was there that we met a flower girl who was clearly an Eris cameo from Final Fantasy VII. And we bought a flower from her for 1 gil, it was basically a 1-for-1 recreation of a scene that happens between Cloud and Eris in the early stages of Final Fantasy VII. And it was just a reference to that because this game came out right after FF7. Now, I know that there's probably some people champing at the bit to expound upon that. And if that's you, hold it in. I know about another cameo in this game, and I'm not talking about the ones that are in only War of the Lions. I know there's another cameo in this game that's a Final Fantasy VII reference, but I don't want to talk about it. We can talk about it at the end of the game when I finish it. I know that there are certain things that have to happen in order for that cameo to happen. And I alluded to this a little bit when that scene happened yesterday, but I have a feeling that that scene is probably like the final check for whether or not that other cameo is going to happen. I don't know if it would have happened right then if we had passed the check, or if it is somehow set to happen later. But again, I don't want to know anything about it until the game is completely over, and then you can tell me everything about it. So just know that I know that that is a thing, but that I don't care if I miss it or not. All right, so that's been said. We did that scene. There was no battle there. Then we went to Germanus Peak. It was basically a random encounter. There's a group of rogue bandits. They recognize Ramza. They're like, hey, we should kill him and get the reward money. It's like the second or third time that's happened. We absolutely schooled them. And then I did a soft reset to check to see if anything happened if we said no to the flower girl. And forgot to save after doing the Germanus Peak battle. So after resetting, we had to do it again, but it was super fast. Then we went to Pescus Lake, or Poescus Lake. Pescus, I don't know how to pronounce it. I'm going to say Pescus. We went to Pescus Lake, and there were some ghosts, but they weren't like ghost monsters. They were like ghosts of people. And they somehow knew that we had the Zodiac Stones, and they were like, hey, you should give us those. And we were like, I don't think so. And then we killed them. That battle was a little bit scary because we found out that the Blood Sword has the opposite effect on undead enemies. So Ramza almost took himself out. And we had a couple of characters die and need to get revived. There was a powerful summoner that was hitting us with some AoEs. But we got through that battle just fine. And then after that battle, we got a scene where it cut away to Dialog at his, stately study meeting room with a fire roaring back at Igros Castle, meeting with a new character named Rofel. And Rofel wears a hood, and he implicates, or he kind of implies that, or actually not even really implies. He lets Dialog know that he was allowed to kill Larg. And Dialog tries to pretend that he didn't do it. right? Because it's more advantageous to him, obviously, if people don't know that he killed him. He doesn't want anybody to know that he was the one that killed him. He's supposed to have died in battle. So even though this person is like a behind-the-scenes trustworthy person to Dicedarg to some degree, he still wants to keep up appearances and be like, oh, how it's so wild that you would insinuate that I killed him. You know, a member of the Non-Ten carried out that assassination. But Rofel is not having any of it. He like turns around the whole he seems to kind of see that Dicedarg wants to control the conversation, and maybe Dicedarg always wants to control the conversation. He sees that Dicedarg, you know, has this lofty vision of himself, and Rofel's like, let's let this guy know really where he stands. So he flips the initiative with the really subtle blackmail. And he starts talking about the moss fungus poison that was used in the previous battle. And he's like, you seem to know a lot about this poison, Dicedarg. You know, and they kind of talk about like the finer functions of it and like different ways that it can affect humans. And then Rofel's like, you know, the poison can be used in a really long-term way in low dosage to make it appear like somebody died of a cold. And then he's like, didn't your dad die like that? Didn't your dad die of a cold? You know. And of course Dicedarg is like, what are you saying, huh? What are you saying? What are you saying? And Rofel's playing it cool, and he's like, I'm not saying anything, you know. And he's basically letting Dicedarg know, like, we know that you killed your dad, right? And then he goes on further to say, we can prove that you killed your dad. Because he's like, did you also know that if somebody is killed with moss fungus poison, you can tell by looking at their dead body. He's like, we could exhume your dad, and we would be able to see that he was killed with moss fungus, and you'd be screwed. You know, he doesn't say it in such explicit terms, but he just kind of explains that to Dicedarg, and Dicedarg's kind of like, okay. And that was something that I had to go back for. I actually wrote that down in my notes after stream. I had to go back and scrub the VOD to rewatch the scene. Rofel tells Dicedarg that if someone dies by moss fungus poisoning, you can tell by examining or exhuming the body. Basically letting Dicedarg know that the church is capable of presenting the evidence necessary to implicate Dicedarg as the murderer of his father Balbinus. So, further cementing the blackmail to kind of say, like, you better do what you're told, Mr. Dicedarg. You're not in control of this situation. The church can destroy everything that you've worked for in an instant, you know, by dismantling your public image and proving that you killed the prince, or the duke, Larg, and your father, who was like a very respected general from the previous war. So then Rofel gives Dicedarg a green Zodiac Stone, which was a very exciting moment. We've finally seen a fourth color. And he's like, oh, this is a gift from the High Priest in Mirand. But Dicedarg's also kind of like, you can tell he's kind of uncomfortable with it because it's clearly like it's like an insurance policy. You know, it's kind of like a gift above his standing that he didn't ask for. It's very mob boss, you know. So the church wants to have a certain level of control over Dicedarg, and therefore the Hokoten, and whatever having control of House Beowulf might mean by giving him that. You know, he didn't ask for it, but now they can be like, oh, well, we gave you such a nice thing. Maybe you could do something for us. You know, that whole kind of like forcing of a quid pro quo. And then it's revealed to us at the very end of the scene that Zalbag was eavesdropping on the whole exchange. So presumably he heard all of that. The most important takeaway would obviously be that Zalbag now knows that Dicedarg killed his father. And I assume he's going to be a lot more miffed about that than him, you know, killing Larg and whatever else he's doing. We find out that we go into Al-Islam's record, and we learn that Rofel is kind of like a number 2 guy to Vormov. So he's part of that arm. And that's significant because Vormov is technically part of the church, but he also has his own agenda. So Rofel is probably privy to all of that as well. So he's kind of like playing both sides, I think, if I had to guess. That's very nice of you to say, Rez. I don't know about all that, but thank you so much. My other question that I wrote down was the giving of the green Zodiac Stone to Dysadarg Vormov's idea? That would make more sense to me than the church wanting to give the stone to somebody, because I'm under the impression that the church wants to hoard and collect the stones. So why would they be giving them out to random people? Whereas if Vormov wants to give him the stone, he might think like, oh, the stone will corrupt Dysadarg and help remove him from the equation, or maybe he'll cause some chaos that we can opportunistically take advantage of, or whatever. Thanks for the follow. Welcome in. Okay, then we got back to the map. We went to Limberry Castle. It's deserted. It's kind of ruined, which is interesting. And then Ramza gets ambushed by Celia and Led, the two beautiful assassins that work with the Marquis, which is who we're there to see. So I don't know how this is really surprising. And then they summon this army of gargoyles. And this fight was really scary because I'm thinking, oh, okay, the last time we fought them, we didn't really have to beat them. So we're going to have to beat them this time. And they have all of their same, like, perfectly accurate status effects, including instant death. And then the gargoyles were really strong. They have a bio spell that does, like, a bunch of damage and can cause a bunch of different statuses. The battlefield had all this, like, vertical stuff going on that made it really hard to, like, get to them and surround them. But luckily, the win condition was the same as the last time, where we just had to get one of the assassins to low HP, and then it triggered some dialogue and we got the heck out of there. So we did make it through on an attempt where we thought we were just scouting for information. I think it was the second attempt. So they basically, like, taunt us, and they're like, bet you won't come into the castle, and then they teleport away. So then we get a scene inside, and we see Marquis Elmdor meeting with Vormov, and the Marquis Elmdor says, "We're the only ones alive now," and he notes that Queclane and Velius are dead. So that to me says that, they have Zodiac Stones and they have, like, a demon form that they can transform into, and they're in this, like, cabal of demons. Presumably he means Zodiac Stone holders that can transform. Elmdor says that they plan to bring back Bloody Angel using something called the Ultimate Power. And they basically kind of give us a little bit of world building here and let us know that each of these demon forms, needs some kind of corporeal vessel, a body, to inhabit, which, that's what we saw happen with Ygraf. Where, Velius wasn't like Ygraf transformed. It was like Velius is like a pre-existing demon that used Ygraf's, anguish and resentment to get him to, like, open up his body or whatever, and then the demon kind of inhabited his body. And maybe it inherited some of Ygraf's traits or desires or whatever, but it's not really Ygraf anymore. But I guess I don't know, with the Marquis and Vormov, like, they can go back and forth. So I hope we get a little more clarification on how that all works. But the big reveal was that they plan for Alma, our sister, to be the body, the vessel for this Bloody Angel that they want to bring back. So that's obviously horrific news. We know that when Vormov took Alma from Barenton's castle, I forget which one it was, that he was like, wow, she's the one. So that's what he was talking about. Let's see. Vormov, I don't remember if it was Vormov or Elmdor that said this, but they said that they must find a way to the dead city. And then they kind of split up. Like, Elmdor finds out that we're there, because the assassins report into him like he's here. And he's like, oh, goody. And then he's like, Vormov, you gotta go find the way to the dead city. And then Vormov leaves. Everybody's teleporting all the time. And that gets us caught up to where we are. So we saved. After that scene, we're on the formation screen, and right after we close out of that formation screen, we're in the the battle prep screen, and there's going to be some kind of battle. Assuming we're going to fight Celia, Led, and Elmdor again, and I'm definitely worried about it. But that's where we are. That's where we are. We're all caught up. And let's see. We need to load file 2. It's the 4th of July in the game. Yo, Benry Games, welcome in. Do we know why Alma is chosen as the host? No, we don't. We know that for some reason Vormov thinks that she's the perfect vessel, but we don't know why. So hopefully we'll get to find that out. I don't think I'm gonna change anything here. I think I'm just gonna go in with our normal setup and see what we can learn. I guess I could switch our accessories back to the sprint shoes, like we would prefer. But I feel like, we really... There's a really high probability that we're going to be dealing with the statuses again. But we'll just see. Let's just see what's in store for us here. We'll just go in how we would normally go to any other fight. Okay, that's what I was waiting for. There's the ad timer. We're going to open up a prediction here. If you want to wager some channel points, you got 2 minutes to do so. Ness and Mario are going to be fighting during the ad break. Ness is up 4-0. So it's not looking good for Mario. But we'll see. Alright. It's payback time for all the disgrace from Riovanni's castle. We didn't really disgrace them, so it's kind of funny that he feels this way. They kind of disgraced us. Alma, where's my sister? Where is she? You'll have to beat me to find out. Okay, they don't have any minions. That will definitely help. Defeat Elmdor is the win condition, so we might need to just ignore the assassins and bum rush him, because presumably they're going to have all the same stuff going on. They have the same equipment. This one is Petrify Stop? No, Don't Move, Don't Act. That's fine. We don't really try to cheese with status in this game. That's not really my style. And she's black. Silence Berserk. Oh, look at all this Genji gear he's got. Wow. Okay, so this is probably your chance to, like, steal all that stuff. He's got the Masamune as well. Very cool. It would probably be so hard to stay alive long enough to try to get all this stuff, though. But it's just armor. Whew, that gauntlet, though. Physical and magic +2. That's pretty intense. Yo, Broken Quest, welcome in. Evade physical attack other than ranged physical attacks. The more you steal, the easier it gets. Yeah, that is true. And that is something that we considered the first time we fought these assassins. Because I didn't know how else we were going to beat them. Man, he's got 500 health. But yeah, if you manage to steal his, his his helmet, he loses 130 HP. So it's almost like hitting him with an attack. Plus you get the item. Alright, what's the AT look like here? All 3 physicals get to go. That's fantastic. What's our movement range look like? Yeah, they're too far away. So what we would probably do in an ideal scenario is we would send Matsuo right up the gut, because he's our damage sponge, he's our tank, and he would just go for the gold here. Great. And then we would probably move Ramza and Veronica into position and have them use a self buff. So, you know, Ramza would come over here and scream. Totally busted move. And then Veronica, we could send... I'm not really worried about AoE. I know Elmdor can do some AoE, but his are like plus shaped, so we'd be fine right here from that. As long as he can't hit more than one person at once. And then I could have her throw a shuriken here. Or a samurai sword that we don't care about selling. Wow, 14% accuracy. That is rough. But I think our efforts are better spent here just accumulating to make sure that our next attack is really strong. Because unless this battle works fundamentally different than the last two, we're just going to need... Our strategy is literally just hard and fast. Is there a version or difficulty of this where you get little to no prep time? No, not really. Alright, he's vampiring me. Must live as a vampire. I'm assuming that means I can't get healed now. Oh, we're in an ad. Okay, we'll be right back, folks. Ramza's dead. Okay, BRB. They said it couldn't be done. They said he would never. Ness died on his own 3 times. Hey, listen. That doesn't matter. All that matters is that the red plumber is on the board. 4-1 after 5 rounds. Mario's keeping it interesting, y'all. He's not going to get shut out. He's not going to go quietly into the night. For those of you that weren't here at the top of the stream, there's that beautiful new table at the bottom left of your screen. We now have 2 new columns. You can see the overall rank of each character in real time, updated as stats are updated. And you can see their average, the middle column on the right side called score is kind of like their average score every time they appear, which is what their rank is based on. All right, so Mario's got 1 against... Mario's still in 3rd place, though. Just saying. It's going to be... I'm so excited to see, like, you know, like maybe Ness always destroys Mario, but Mario's still a higher ranked character. You know, every character... I want to see, like, which characters have their very specific foils. You know, so far it seems like Fox is pretty unstoppable, right? Nobody's beaten Fox yet. He's had a commanding win every time he's appeared. But maybe, you know, maybe there's a certain character that Fox just can't get around that we're yet to see. I'm excited to see stuff like that. Yeah, Fox's average score is 9.4. The next closest person is Captain Falcon with 7.2, which is still a phenomenal score. But yeah, we'll see. So this rank on the right side is what we're going to use to create the seeding for the tournament bracket that we do at the end. So, you know, we'll have 2 sides. And, you know, the number 1 seed... I'm not going to necessarily do it exactly like a typical tournament bracket because I don't like the number 1 seed facing off against the number 12 seed in the very first round. I don't necessarily like that. We're going to do... We're first of all going to... Yeah, we're going to do double elimination, first of all, because we want really good data. I don't know if I want to do a full round robin. What I'm going to have to do is do some math and figure out how many matches there are in the configuration that I want to do, and will that fit in the course of a stream? Because it's going to be a special event stream. But yeah, we've got a ways to go before we get there, so I have time to figure out how I want to do it. I have kind of like a loose idea of how I want to do it. But I basically want to do it in such a way where we get really, really, really good data. Yeah, I've used Challenge before. We actually did, Vaughn and I, the Backlog boys, we held a Pokemon Stadium 2 tournament back in 2019, I believe it was. Might have been late 2018. Where we had every guest that had previously appeared... Here, I should switch back to the layout so you can see my face. We had every previous guest that had ever been like on a YouTube series with us come over to my house. And then we had a group of like 16 or 18 Pokemon that were all the Pokemon that had made it through to the Elite Four in our Pokemon Red Nuzlocke and our Pokemon Crystal Nuzlocke. And then they had to make a team from those 6 Pokemon. So they had the same stats, they had the same moves. And then they had to build a team of 6 out of all of those. And then there was a tournament where all those people played against each other in Pokemon Stadium 2 with their teams of 6 that they selected. So there's like all these like duplicate and repeated Pokemon, right? And we used Challenge for that bracket, which is why that made me think of it. All right, now the matcha's here. The condensation is running wild, so we're gonna need a pro towel. Now it's Friday. That's right, Broken Quest. Now it's Friday. Okay. Ramza got instant death. Love that so much. And Matsuo is a zombie. I don't know what that means. Wait, no. Become a vampire searching for blood. Loss of senses and the body decays. Restore item with holy water. So... I'm guessing it's kind of like zombie. Where, like... you become... damaged by healing magic. And stuff like that. I wonder if I could go whack him with the blood sword and restore some of his health. And I like how he has a little Batman symbol. He has a little bat signal coming out of his shoulder. Okay, so let's just continue here. We're going to scout for some data. I might be able to go for a raise 2. From that spot. Let's see. Nope. Can't raise 2 from there. Okay, so... I think what I'll do with Roberto is... Let's see. To get him up here, I've got to go forward. I'm going to send them both this way. The best case scenario is that they would use both of their turns back to back to revive Ramza. So let's move Roberto over here, and let's... I guess we go for Cheer Song here. Hard and fast. Alright, who are you going to instantly kill or petrify? Veronica? Yeah, instant death. Love that. Love that they can just do that. So, how far can I throw a Phoenix down, just out of curiosity? 4 panels forward. And then staggered out from there. Okay. God forbid a girl instantly kill her enemy. So yeah, even if I move right here, I can't hit him. So we'd have to do something else this turn. I could shoot Elmdor to get a little bit of damage on him. I could try dancing, which is probably not worthwhile, especially since I plan to use an item next turn. So let's just do this. Wow, 30% accuracy. Well, she's almost dead, so I should try to get rid of her. Yeah, his evade is nuts. Oh, I can't kill Matsuo. But he just... Wait, okay. He just took HP from Marquis Elmdor and gave it to himself. So that... that seems kind of good. So I guess it's kind of like Confusion or Berserk. So all he's gonna do is just suck blood from people, but he's still like on our side. So he's gonna try to do this to everybody. So he gets their health when he does it to them. Now you're gonna the fact that they can just instant death someone every turn is so nuts, man. It doesn't cost them anything. No MP, nothing. Let's see. I don't think Roberto's gonna live long enough to do a raise 2 on Ramza, but we can try. Clearly this is not a battle that you finish with, like, everybody alive. You're probably just gonna kill him right now. 100% charm. Man. Invited. Alright, I don't think I'm gonna learn anything else with my 2 remaining characters out of my control. It would be so weird to win because of the bloodsuck thing. I mean, with Salome having re-raise, it's kind of interesting, right? But I think re-raise revives you with like 10 HP, so it's like 1 extra turn. Oh, and now the charm is gone because we've been bloodsucked. So yeah, okay, that ends the fight. Yeah, Elmdor can teleport anywhere. So clearly, the strategy here is going to be ignore the assassins, wallop Elmdor as fast as you possibly can, and try to get him out, and hope that the status RNG from the assassins is decent. I suppose you're right, Vicious. They wouldn't be much of assassins if they couldn't instantly kill 3 people in a row. You have a point there. Okay, so we're gonna go right back to looking at our status resist here. So the Jade Armlet protects us from stop. Angel Ring protects us from instant death and gives us re-raise. So I'm going to give that to Ramza. I'm going to take away Roberto's Angel Ring. And I guess... So this gets rid of... This cancels Bloodsuck. So we could have one character that's immune to that. We can have 2 characters immune to instant death. But we can't combine any of those. Can you wear that staff that we got? No, you can't. Because this one cancels out... this one doesn't cancel out any of the ones that we're worried about. It cancels out a lot of stuff. I guess stop. Stop is one of the ones. So if we gave somebody Equip Rod, which really he's the only realistic character that could do it, they could potentially have resistance to stop and instant death, but they'd still be susceptible to Bloodsuck. I think the best thing for me to do is give my 2 physical people instant death resist, and the third one the blood suck resist. I think that's the best I can do. So, let's see. Let's take this away from him. And, well, here, let's just reset everybody's accessories. Except for Salome. We'll leave Salome alone, most likely. Retro Perspective, welcome in. What a fantastic piece of advice. Okay. So, let's give... Let's see. If we're going to have Matsuo rush in... let's give him... I think we're... Oh, the alerts are dead again already? How does the bot die so fast? I reset it at the beginning of stream. Alright, well, that's why we made this hotkey. Sorry, a couple Windows sounds incoming here. One more. Okay, now we can have drum fill. Yo, Smashies, welcome in. You're playing with fire, Retro Perspective. Be careful. I know you're just being cheeky, but be careful. I'm serious as a heart attack. Okay. We'll just try Matsuo with the re-raise. Mostly just arbitrarily. We'll give Veronica the blood suck immunity. This one cancels stop, so we probably should give somebody that as well. They didn't use stop on us on the last fight, but we know that they have it. So I have to give up 2 attack points in order to have this. And it's got to be Ramza or Veronica. So 14-14 on 10 versus 8-14 on 14. We also we need to find out if the blood sword is even usable against Elmdor. It might not be. That'd be a good thing to figure out on this attempt. I think I'll give it to Ramza. I think I would most like Ramza to have immunity. So this would protect Ramza against stop and instant death, but not blood suck. And we don't have any helmets that help us with status, or at least not the statuses that we face in this fight. So, the Barrette does exist, but it's quite the sacrifice. This gets rid of all 3 of them too. Dang. I think we have to give this to her and just suck it up. This gets rid of dead, bloodsuck, and stop, which is pretty amazing. And also charm, but they can't charm her because charm is weirdly stuck with the gender binary. So now we don't need her to have this, so we can give her her sprint shoes back. And then we could give the 108 to somebody else, which I guess could be Roberto, because we don't have anything else picked out for him. Is there anyone else that we'd rather have that on? Because Bloodsuck relinquishes control and ends the battle even if they're still alive. So that's pretty crappy. Let's see. Just double check and make sure. Oh, the Chameleon Robe also cancels instant death. I forgot about that. That's probably why I bought 2 of those. And that's considered heavy armor? Huh. That's weird. Oh, we could give this to Roberto. He loses 60 HP, but, I mean, being immune to instant death. And then this would take care of Bloodsuck. So he could still be stopped. You know, or we could choose Stop over Bloodsuck. I think Stop is the least offensive in this scenario. Because at least with Stop, if they stay alive long enough, we get them back. I'm sure Bloodsuck doesn't go away over time. Okay, and then I guess we pretty much have to give Matsuo the other Chameleon Robe. Which would mean we could take away his Angel Ring and give it to somebody else. And then he could have Jade Armlet, I guess? Who has the 108? Roberto has the 108. Maybe we take away Roberto's 108, and then we can give Matsuo multiple immunities. So we could protect Matsuo from Bloodsuck and death. He loses a lot of HP because of that, but again, it's the difference of him being alive or not alive. And then we can just give that diamond armor, or the crystal mail, to Salome. We might as well. Okay, so Veronica's immune to all 3. Roberto is susceptible to Stop and Bloodsuck. And then Ramza is immune to Stop and Death, but not Bloodsuck. And then Salome doesn't have any immunities. We could give her a Jade Armlet instead of the Chantage. But I don't know how much of a difference it's going to make. It's also possible that they go for completely different things this time around. You know, they could go for Slow and Petrify instead. Well, let's go back in and there's also one other thing we could do. We always have the option to flip Ramza to Squire so that he can have Squire skills and Monk skills, which is kind of more of a gambit that we would use in like a one-on-one duel type of situation. It could potentially be useful here, but I think for the most part, we're not going to be alive long enough to really take advantage of it. We're mostly just interested in whacking things and being fast. Being as fast and as strong as possible. Glass cannon mode. So let's try this. Let's see what we can learn. I don't think I want to change anything with the formation. So we'll do the exact same thing. And I guess I'll just quickly leave a note while we're mashing through the text again. Inside... Well, here, I'll let y'all watch me write, I guess. Inside Limberry Castle... Elmdor, Celia, and Lead. Attack. Elmdor vows revenge for Riovanes. That's the name of the castle that I couldn't remember a minute ago. Duke Barrington's castle. R.I.P. to the goat. Okay, let's see what we can do here. Because they're so far away at the beginning, I'm tempted to not move these guys. Matsuo doesn't have a way to buff, so maybe he's the exception. But I think for Ramza and Veronica, it might be a better idea to leave them there and have them buff, because they'll get their next turn sooner. And with some immunities, you know, we could potentially get lucky. But I think sending Matsuo straight up the gut to try to just hit her really hard is still good, because she was in kill range on turn 2, which is pretty important. And if I just leave him here, he can't do anything. So, let's do this again. Ah, that's a shame. She's no longer in kill range. So Ramza is just gonna scream and stay put. I'm assuming the AI is able to see what I'm immune to and will focus on using other things. But if they're dumb enough to waste a turn trying to go for something that I'm immune to, that would be fantastic. But we haven't really seen the AI do that, so I will assume the former. Alright. So let's see if they all gang up on Matsuo, because he's the only one they can get to. Oh, except for Elmdor. He can go wherever he wants, that's right. So he's using a samurai skill, because he can get an AoE. That makes sense. Holy crap, that's strong. Yo! V! How are you doing? Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, everybody. How was Phasmo this morning? What were we getting up to? Were we being silly? I bet we weren't being silly at all. That never happens over there. Welcome in, everybody. Guys, go follow VKTV. What a nice, fun, silly human. Great place to hang out in the morning if you're in my time zone. Great place to hang out at any time, honestly. Thank you for bringing the good vibes. Sumeyer, Nermi, great to see you. Gibbon Dragon, hello. Frogsy, hello. Mr. Psychic, welcome in. Us? Silly? Yeah, I know you would never. I know you would never in your wildest dreams, but I just thought maybe today, you might just kind of just step out a little bit and be just a little bit silly. I don't know. Maybe you tried something new. Maybe you were like, huh, maybe today I could just be a little bit silly. But that's so not like you. Thank y'all so much for coming through. We're playing some Final Fantasy Tactics. You filled out tax forms. You were very serious. That sounds more like it. Yeah. Yeah. If anyone has the countenance and dang it, what's the word I'm trying to think of? The impression, if anyone gives the impression of the most like monotone Ben Stein-esque appearance, that's VK. We've never been silly in our lives. Yeah, I how dare I make such an accusation? Demeanor, thank you, Smashington. Yeah, the caffeine is still working its way into my veins. Only serious biz in VK chat. You want to open an adult store that only sells tax forms and notaries and really confuse kids that sneak in. Wait, why would the kids sneak in? Are they like, is it like an 18+ store? Oh, you said adult store. I see. So they think that because it's an adult store that there must be something edgy and cool in there. That is a fun idea. Yeah, you make it look really, really edgy and sneaky from the outside, and then they sneak in to find out that it's like, oh yeah, this is like where dads go to buy random supplies for their DIY projects, and this is your future, kids. Yeah, it's just like a Kinko's inside. It smells like ink and coffee and depression. There's fluorescent lighting everywhere. It's really quiet. Everyone's just kind of shuffling around. Double loop carpet on the floor. The sound of printers in the background, lulling us into capitalistic servitude. Anyways, great to have y'all here. If you haven't been here before, my name's Austin. The name of the channel's Backlog Boys. I am a boy trying to work his way through his extensive backlog. I'm a big physical collector. We play stuff on hardware, all that kind of stuff. Exclamation point backlog if you're interested in what I've got. Feel free to share your stuff if you're a collector too, and you know, we can be friends on Backlogged and whatnot if you would like. I'm playing Final Fantasy Tactics for the first time. I'm a big Final Fantasy fan, but I've never made it through this game. I played a really, really small slice of it back in the day, and it was way over me and my friends' heads. We couldn't get anywhere in it, so this is my first time actually going all the way through the game. It's been awesome. I'm taking notes in a spiral. I've got a notes cam here. We've got a color coding system. There's highlighting going on. I'm getting really in the weeds with analyzing the story and the characters and all the subtext and whatnot. It's a pretty complex plot, so I knew I wanted to be ready. And we're really deep into the game, so if anybody's worried about spoilers, definitely be forewarned. Today is the 24th stream, so as you can imagine, we've been playing this for a little while. Otherwise, on Tuesdays right now, I'm working through the Kirby's Dream Land trilogy. We're at the tail end of Dreamland 2, and we're going to be going into Dreamland 3 on Tuesday. And I'm going to be doing Star Fox 1 and 2 after that, doing a little Super Nintendo journey. But that's pretty much it. I do RPGs Thursdays and Fridays, and then on Tuesday I do anything else. Anything else that's not an RPG is what my Tuesday spot is for. So platformers, adventure games, do a shooter every once in a while. We did Uncharted a little bit ago, before the Kirby stuff. We've done all kinds of different wild, goofy stuff. Old, new, mostly old, but you know, sometimes we play some newer games. I mean, my newest console is a PS4. I don't have any of the current gen systems other than a Switch. So it's not strictly retro here, but it's definitely retro leaning. But I don't really have any hard and fast rules as far as that goes. And then I also do point and click games on Sundays with my lady, both of us together, whenever we meet a sub goal. We're actually really close to meeting, so maybe there will be a stream this Sunday of some Grim Fandango. That's our current playthrough. Those are first playthroughs too. We do all first playthroughs on this channel. Every once in a while I'll do like a challenge run or a randomizer or something like that. We do, you know, for like special events, we did charity earlier this year, and none of those were first playthroughs. But for the most part, focused on first playthroughs. And I'm drinking matcha, because it's Friday. That's what we do on Friday. I'm drinking my grassy water. Okay, we're going to get back to this fight. We're mostly just scouting and gathering data here. We have a really difficult fight. This guy hates us. Let's see who gets to go here. I have a feeling it's just Roberto. Yep. It's just Roberto. What would be the best use of his turn? Probably not singing. He could try to bring back Veronica, but let's see how long that's going to take. Okay, I think this is worth going for. 60% though. I think we still got to go for it. Hopefully she doesn't go for Roberto, but she might. She's gonna go for both of them. Okay, let's see. Salome, what can you do without moving? Not much. So she could run up there and throw a potion at Matsuo, which could be good. Who gets to go here? Ramza gets to go after this. Celia's casting Ultima. Oh joy. I think what I should probably do, because that's the next action, I should throw a potion at Roberto to make sure that he survives the Ultima. Move her out of the way. That way Roberto will get a chance to do the raise 2 on Veronica. Hopefully she gets up. Yeah, I think that's what we're going to do here. So let's throw an X potion at Roberto to make sure he survives Ultima and gets a chance to try his Cure 2, or his Raise 2. And then we'll move Veronica here. Now, Ramza, how bad is this accuracy, my friend? 14% accurate against him. And I can't attack his back because Veronica's dead body is there. We could try to run up there and get rid of lead, which would be really good. I think that might be the best thing I could go for. And I'll also get some health back. I'm worried that I'm not going to be able to attack Elmdor with the Blood Sword. Anyways, I want to test and find that out, but I don't think this is the turn where I do it. With 14% accuracy, we might not even get to find out. So let's go over here. Let's take what is hopefully a sure thing. It's going to be close. It's going to be close. Yo, what's up, Chris? How you doing? If you ain't first, you're last. Okay, cool. We got one assassin down. Now you're going to hit Roberto with Ultima. It's going to hurt. But he should live. Yep. He gets his regen back, which is excellent. She's not dead. She teleports away. Oh, and she's replaced by a demon. How excellent. Wow. Hello. So, okay, it's Matsuo's turn. We have a couple of options here. Roberto's going to throw out his Raise 2 after this. And then they're going to get to go again, and it's going to be a disaster. Now, what can this guy do? Oh, this is lead. Interesting. This is lead as a demon. This is not just some random demon that she summoned on her way out. She transformed. Huh. How much damage can you do to this guy? We could probably kill this thing. which would be cool. However, its turn is a long way away from here. So it's probably better to go after Celia. We have a chance to hit for sleep on the demon. That's surprising. I think I got SNES in the same way, Chris. Yeah, he's got a playthrough going too. I don't know, maybe he started it before I did, but I kind of want to just see if this kills and then move. But I don't know, maybe it's better to go after her to try to put her in kill range. Because this demon is... I have to assume that this demon is less dangerous. Because this might not be the same, like, instant death stuff. It might be, but I think I want to operate under the assumption that it's not. So let's try this. We're gonna come down here. We're gonna go after Celia, and we won't be able to knock her away with a crit. So that's nice. So we get some big damage there. Matsuo's basically dead. Alright, and then Roberto's about to do a raise too, but we can move him if we want. I don't know if I want to move him or not. I think I should probably just stay there to not change his AT. Please hit. Please. Please. Okay, Veronica's up. That's good. Now, what is Elmdor? Elmdor's probably going to move and hit the two of them with an AoE, which would kill Roberto. Oh, okay, he's going to go after Salome and Matsuo instead. This is actually good. I prefer this. Yeah, it is pretty cool, Street. It's really, really cool how much flexibility there is. Oh, that was able to hit Salome. That was able to hit Veronica too? Damn. That sucks. Veronica's dead again. And now Roberto's dead too. Okay. So, Ramza could kill this guy and restore his health. I don't think this is super winnable, so I think what I would most value is what's my accuracy against Elmdor from behind? Best possible accuracy, what's it going to be? And then also, can we get through to find out if the blood sword damages him or not? That's what I'd really like to find out here. Looks like you're out of the frying pan and into the freezer. Classic. %30 from behind. So not only do we have a 70% chance to miss altogether, he also has a chance to stop our attack from happening. But I really want to know if the blood sword damages him or not, because if it doesn't, I want to get rid of it so I have more attack power. Most likely. I mean, I can still heal myself off of Celia and lead, but yeah, let's just do this before we reset. Okay, well, we don't get to find out. We did good damage to him. I can't do 151 damage to her, unfortunately. What would be the best thing for Salome to do? She could Phoenix down one of these other characters just to, you know, create another target. Let's see here. They both get to go after this. The problem is that all of these characters are kind of inside an AoE. So I think reviving one of them would be counterintuitive. Obviously, I could move Veronica or Salome away. And that would count for something. That would give me at least a chance of drawing some aggro away from Ramza, but there's two of them and there's two of us. So who can I even hit with a Phoenix down from here? Just Matsuo. So maybe that's the answer. But I still think they would just AoE and kill Ramza and Matsuo together, and then the other one would come and get Salome. Because you're the one that gets to go next, actually. It would also be good to stay here long enough just to see what this demon can do. Now that we know that we would basically have to kill the assassins twice. Okay. Let's do this. We'll throw a Phoenix down at Matsuo, and then run away as far as we can. And then just see what happens on this next turn, where they will most likely win. But hopefully we can learn something. Oh, Matsuo gets a turn. Okay, that's another reason why it's a good choice. So I think the best thing we can do is come down here and try to get rid of her. Except we're not going to get rid of her. We're going to turn her into a demon. Or maybe the best thing to do would be to try to kill this thing. Because it's going next. Yeah, let's try that. Alright, don't crit, Matsuo. Or crit on the second attack. Perfect. Okay. So there should be... Okay, I think he can still... Yeah, he can still fit both of us into an AoE. So we're still dead. So I don't know if we're really going to learn anything here. We're not going to get to see what... Wow, Ramza didn't die? Okay. I think I gotta go over here and take the heal. In the interest of possibly staying alive. So now you're gonna turn into a demon. And then this is just gonna be Salome and then probably both of them, right? Oh, Elmdor and then Ramza. Okay, we need to make sure that Ramza stays alive. So, I don't think I can get a potion to him. I think he's too far away, plus he's kind of blocked. So we might have to throw another Phoenix down at Matsuo, just to draw aggro. So what I'm going to try to do... I don't think I can get close enough to him, actually. What if I just threw a Phoenix down at Elmdor and he died? Because he's a vampire. The old Gene attack strat. I think what I'll probably do is go right here and throw a Phoenix down at Veronica. And hope that that turns into something, but we're all so close together. Let me see something here. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to... I'm not going to be able to throw a Phoenix down to Veronica unless I'm right here, and I'm afraid that this torch is going to be in the way. So I guess if I can't... Ugh, this blows, man. I guess the other option is that I could use an X potion on Salome and force one of them to come over there to go after her. Maybe we get lucky and it's Elmdor, but I'm sure Elmdor is programmed to go after Ramza. So unfortunately, as amazing as it is that Ramza gets 2 turns after this, I don't think he's going to get to do it. Even if I go all the way over here, I can't reach Ramza with a potion. Oh, but I might be able to Phoenix down Veronica from right here. I should be able to. And that's safer than this. It also keeps her out of AoE range from the other 2 characters. Yeah, let's try this. Let's see what they do about this. Or what Elmdor is probably just going to come down and AoE both of them and kill them. That's what I'm expecting. But Ramza does still have his re-raise. Oh! He has one of these. Okay, so this is like Earth Slash. So hopefully with the re-raise we still get our 2 turns in a row here. Okay, so there's that. Now, do we still get 2 turns in a row? Yes. So what we could do is try to kill this thing, and then move up to Elmdor, and then try to attack Elmdor. I think that's the best use of this turn. Because we can reach him in 1 move. Well, I guess the other option is just go up there and attack him twice. And we might be able to kill him. Because we're going to get 4 attacks, and I think if we got through 4 times, he would be dead. Well, unless, you know, we learn the worst about the Blood Sword, which is probably the case. Let me open up a prediction really quick. Congratulations to the Mario believers on the last one. You have 2 minutes to make a wager now. Ness versus Mario during the ad break. Ness is up 4-1. Let's just go for this, man. Let's just see what happens. Can I tell you I like Final Fantasy? Yes, that is okay. Welcome in the Shiznit. Alright, let's see what happens here. The blades, the Blood Sword does damage, and we got him. Ugh, you're strong. I thought you'd be strong, but with this body, I can't seem to... And now he turns into a demon phase 2, and we don't win. Underground, come down. Your sister is there. Yeah, we broke through 230%. That's wild. Yo, Rich, thank you. Yeah, that was an unexpected comeback there. And we even had another turn as insurance. So the re-raise was the clutch there. And we also had 1 more turn before Roberto disappeared, and we would have had to reset. So we got very lucky there. Yeah, this is a PS1 game, isn't it? The sequel, well, it's not a sequel, but the next Tactics game is on the GBA. Tactics Advance. And we get to save! Exclamation. Wondrous. Beautiful. All right, let's go to save file number 3. I don't really believe in Mario, but we got to make the bets fun. That's the Spirit's Nest. Thank you for keeping it interesting. I guess quick note about the encounter here. I'm going to say the assassins had the same status abilities as before, but also turned into Ultima demons after being defeated. And then Elmdor has the ability to inflict bloodsuck status, which will end a fight if inflicted on all / the last party member. And then I also want to note that Elmdor does take regular damage from the blood sword, but has very high evade. After depleting his HP, we were challenged to come to the basement to find Alma. All right. We're going to run an ad. You're going to see a smash break if you don't get hit with the ads. I'll be back in 3 minutes. We'll resume gameplay and see what happens next. Thanks for being here.
Free for all! 3, 2, 1, go!
Keep it fire! Keep it fire! Honk! Honk! Keep it fire! Keep fire! Keep fire!
Five, four, three, two, one. Time up. This game's winner is
Wow, Mario snuck by again. He got that last second stage kill with the R-Wing assist. And then he almost had the same thing happen to him, but he managed to DI out of it. Is this the comeback of the century? Probably not, but he's making it interesting. Thank you, Mario. So now the score is 4-2 after 6 rounds. Still 5 more rounds to go. If you'd like to choose who fights next, you can do so with 1,000 channel points. No one has selected anyone for matchup number 31 yet. Oh, and with that win, Mario moves into 2nd place in the overall standings, tied now with Captain Falcon. That's pretty interesting. All right, let's go back over here. We save the game. Just a ninja hanging out at Limberry Castle on the 4th of July. Alright, and we're back at the formation screen. So I feel like this is going to be kind of like the Velius fight. You know, it's going to be the demon form of Elmdor now. He's going to be backed into a corner and transform. I'm inclined to leave everything as is. I'm going to leave all the status resists. I'm going to assume that Celia and Led are going to be there again. If we are blessed by them not being here and it's just us versus Elmdor, or Elmdor and some random demons like the Velius fight, you know, then we can reset and reconfigure with our higher HP build that's not worried about status. But let's find out. We don't know until we know. Played both, you remember nothing. Most everything mainline Final Fantasy you played and either beat or was a good 80% in and forgot. Up to 14. You remember 5% of those 500 to 1,000 plus hours. I mean, it do be like that sometimes. Shiznit. I've played all of the mainline numbered Final Fantasies up through 13, but I haven't played any of them in a really long time. And a lot of them I've never played a second time. So there's a lot that I don't remember either. But I've also watched like a lot of playthroughs of other people playing them. So that helps refresh a lot of things. I guess I have replayed 1 and 2. I did replay 1 and 2 like a year ago. But that's not nearly as big of a commitment as replaying some of the other ones. Ooh, we got a graveyard aesthetic. Elmdor, give up. You don't have a chance. Let Alma go. Oh, you fool. She's not in this castle. Oh, he's pulling a Princess Peach on us? The only ones here are the spirits of the dead. Oh, he's got like dead people, like we saw at the lake. Ooh, and we're pincered. Your life shall also end here in this graveyard. Okay, he's purple. His aura is purple. I don't necessarily think that implies he has a purple stone. Maybe we know which stone he has. I'll have to check my notes. Oh, he looks way different. Look at his nasty little body. Zarella. Let's settle this once and for all. Yo, Meliadul is here? What? The Marquis? A monster? It's a flying shrimp. Okay, really happy to see Meliadul. I'm assuming she followed us here to try to take us down, and maybe now she realizes that we were right. Let's see. Matsuo gets to go, then Zalera gets to go, and then everybody else gets to go except for Salome, because she's a slow little baby. So these guys are standing on tombstones, which is going to make them impossible to attack. What's Melia do? Whoa, she's got the Save the Queen. Very cool. It's funny, we stole her sword last time we saw her, and now we're using it. We could do it again. We're probably going to need her to win this fight, though. I guess the strat would probably be to wait until there's only like one enemy left and then steal it from her. Alright, I'm not super worried about these guys. These knights are probably not going to be a problem either. They're also like super slow. They don't have any ranged attacks. They're super basic. So I think the strategy is going to be to stay over here, group up with Meliadul. How far can this loser move? He can move really far. So I think what we're going to have everybody do is fall back and try to go after these guys, but I don't know how we're going to do it because they're too high up. We can't attack from a height of 3 or 4 directly. So that's a problem. 7,000 episodes of anime. That's wild. Nothing but free time. Well, at least you're, you know, doing something with it. You're trying, you know, you're trying to do something. That counts. Let's see. I guess the best thing to do with Matsuo is to move here, hope that we can attack from a height of 3, and if we can't, we can try to use Geomancy. Yep, they're too high up. So let's see what we got here. Got a chance for Petrify, which would be massive. This is the most damage, so I'm going to go for that. No Petrify. Alright, you're the Angel of Death. Okay, you're inflicting sleep. And death sentence. Fantastic. So I'm almost tempted with Ramza to just come over here and just start whacking. Let's see, everybody gets to go, and then the 2 knights get to go. Because Ramza could definitely kill one of these knights. But I feel like it's almost not worth it to kill one of the knights. I don't know. The strategy for this fight could be similar to the last fight, where it's more about just bum rushing this guy and killing it as fast as possible and not worrying about anything or anyone else. I can't imagine that he has more than, like, 700 HP. Because if I come back here, I could take out one knight, but then I'm in range of the other. Or I could just try to wallop this guy before he can do anything. Or I could fall back and scream. There's so many options. Veronica's gonna get to go. Meliadul's gonna get to go. I don't know what Meliadul's gonna do. She's probably gonna focus on these guys. She has punch arts, which she might be able to hit them with. But I don't know what else she's got with her sword art. Let's just go for the big guy. The knights are most likely going to directly attack Ramza. We've got a shot at getting Hamedo and taking them out on their turn. We know that Blood Sword works. That's good to know. We could honestly just do the same thing with Veronica. Just hit this guy super hard. So that's already, like, over 500, maybe 600 damage. This is the power of the Zodiac Stone? Now you know what I said was true. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking earlier. Your brother Islud died because he found the truth and fought them. Oh my god! Does Father Vormov know that? Oh, he knows, all right. Well.
So you're Vormov's daughter. Just like Islud, your body isn't suitable for us. But your father's was.
Then, Father was...
Yes, he's no longer your father. He's now a blood member of darkness. But no matter, for now you and Ramza will die here.
Alright, what you got, Meliadul? What are you gonna do? You're gonna go into the corner and end your turn. Wow, fantastic. Hamedo! Oh. Can't do that. Hamedo! Get wrecked. Oh, they get healed by Blood Sword. That's an issue. But we still stopped him from trying to do the break skill, which is nice. Okay, Matsuo is surrounded. But he's drawing aggro, so that's something. Hamedo. Yes! Yes, dude. He's already at full health, so that doesn't matter. It's just less damage. But it's hurting Ramza, that's the big problem. So we might need to switch Ramza off of the Blood Sword for this fight, despite the fact that it hurts the main guy. Alright, you have the least health, so here we go. Nice dodge, Matsuo. No place to move. Alright. Still not enough to kill that guy and let us out. You're probably going to kill Ramza, right? He's retreating. Ooh, that's a lot of damage. What you said was true. I'm sorry. It's okay, Meliadul. Let's avenge Islud. Oh, I get to go. Well, I should probably just wallop him again, right? Get some health back. I can even go over here. Which would be a more well-protected position from the Ghost Knights. technically, because only one of them would be able to hit me instead of both. Just slot right into this corner. Oh, that was beautiful. We're not even boosted. We do more damage when he's charging, so...
Hashmalam. Sorry, I'm leaving the rest to you.
Okay, before I advance beyond this text box, I want to write some things down. Because we got a lot of information. Okay, so... in the basement, the mighty basement... Ramza urges Elmdor to give up and return Alma. He declines and invokes the Zodiac Stone's power and transforms into Zalera. Miliadul arrives just as we are surrounded, presumably chasing Ramza to avenge her brother, but her timing results in her realization that Ramza's new page. Sorry that the only sound we have is like white noise earthquake sound. Story was true. Let's see. Meliadul also learns that her father, Vormov, is a demon. Shoot, there was something else that I should have written down right when it happened. When Zarella was giving his little soliloquy. Well, when we get back out to the map, we can... Well, no, I'll have to scrub the VOD. You can't rewatch these scenes. You can only rewatch the non-battle scenes. Let's see. Upon defeat, Zarella apologizes to Hashmalum. Sounds very biblical. And says he leaves the rest to him. Now, we're still under the impression that Vormov is Lukavi, so I don't think that's who he's talking about. But that could be a misunderstanding. How did that just happen? That was weird. He did seem the least meaty. I mean, we also hit him super hard. Super duper hard. We did probably 1,100 damage to him in those 2 turns. Those 3 character actions. So, he just got walloped. We're just a lot more powerful than the last time we saw Velius. But also Velius had way more powerful magic than this guy. Ah, it is a purple stone. Okay. And there's the, like, signification that the evil spirit has left it. At least to the best of our understanding. That's what the Ares animation looked like. Yo, what's up, Dragonfly? Welcome in. What are you doing when you're trying to do 100% of it? I don't understand what you mean. This is not a 100% playthrough. Are you asking, like, how would you 100% that fight because of how powerful they are? Maybe that's what you mean. Okay, so really quick, let me write down, Zarella. Is it Zalera and not Zarella? Leaves behind a purple Zodiac Stone. Another new color. Our wish has been granted. Is it Zalera? Secrets hidden in this stone. I never dreamed. It may be divine, but I thought it was just a strange rock. I never thought collecting them would make a miracle. Oh, she has a green stone. Neither you nor Islud were informed. That's what you meant? Yeah, that would be a really hard fight to, like, you know, even if your definition of 100% was just getting the unique items stolen off of Meliadul and then killing the big guy. That would still be difficult. Although she might just join us and then we can get it that way. But yeah, if you tried to, like, defeat all of the other enemies before the boss, because you were trying to, like, get more experience or something, that would be so hard. Okay, so another thing to write down. Meliadul previously did not believe that the stones had any remarkable power. She carries a green Zodiac Stone. Because the only other green one we saw was the one that Rofel gave to Dysadarg. So this isn't us, like, getting confused because she's, like, holding one that we have or something. Even Vigraf didn't know until he turned into Lukavi. Yeah, see, that's confusing too. So even the High Priest's plot is being used by Vormov. What are they after? That I don't know. If they want to, they could destroy an entire brigade, just like at Riovanes. But they don't use that power outright. There must be a reason why. Maybe they can't use their power outright? What? The Lucavi of legend was an unbeatable, ferocious monster. That's right. They don't seem to be the immortal evils the legends say. Legends do tend to over-exaggerate. Maybe Lucavi was just another monster after all. I hope so. Okay, well I guess that would kind of make sense with what we've learned so far. Okay, let's say Ramza and Meliadul speculate that Lucavi parentheses Y graph is just another monster rather than an immortal evil of legend, parentheses, Satan. Or the legends were exaggerated, or the bad guys, for lack of a better term, aren't capable of unlocking that is the blue marker, stone's full power. So 3 possibilities there. Okay, she's giving us the green stone. That's a big deal. I'm going to give you this zodiac stone. In return, let me go along. I want to know why my father... Besides? I want to know why he gave away the Capricorn stone. Oh! Okay. We've got another name. Okay, back to the notes. Meliadul gives Ramza the green stone in exchange for taking her with us. She wants to learn of her father's motivations and reasoning and why he gave away Capricorn. So Capricorn could be the green one that Rofel gave to Dysadarg, if I had to wager a guess. Oh, okay, there we go. Why it was given to Lord Dysadarg, I need to know. To my brother. Why? There is our confirmation. So, Capricorn is the stone given to Dysadarg by Rofel. So that confirms a lot of things. That confirms the suspicion that Rofel is more so working with Vormov than the church. He wants Daisadar to think that he's just the church, because Daisadar doesn't know about what Vormov has got going on, as far as we can tell. Oh, and one other thing I need to write down that was from the previous scene. At the beginning of the battle, Zalera reveals that Alma is in another castle. Okay. And now we get to recruit Meliadul. Who are we going to throw in the trash? We're running out of people. I think what we're going to have to do is go to... We're going to have to go to the town that has our random Propo characters and just get them back so that we can dismiss them. Because we keep picking up guests, and we only have one more... We have this last chocobo that we can get rid of. And then our party is just all guests. We're not using any of them, but it just feels wrong to not recruit them. So, we're going to dismiss Campe, the black chocobo. Maybe we'll get lucky, and the story is going to take us back towards where those characters are in Limbo. I'm pretty sure it's Lionel, but I'll have to check the notes and see where they are. Well, actually, we can just look it up. Alright, you going to let us save? It seems like using the guests is like a canon thing. Oh, we have another... Oh, this is very interesting. Okay, well, this is exciting. We need to stop for the lunch break, so I don't want to get too wrapped up in anything yet. So let me just drop a save. Yeah, I think playing with the guests is definitely something that I would do on a second playthrough. I'm mostly interested to see if you get, like, character-specific dialogue. Like, you know, when you play Final Fantasy VII or whatever, you get different dialogue depending on who's with you, like that kind of stuff. I really, really like that. All right, so we're going to save in slot 4 here, and we'll call this Overworld Post Limberry Fights. Well, that's the third time in this game we've done 3 fights in a row, and it was weird because they were far and away the most challenging, but also the easiest. Or they presented the most absurd obstacles, but they were the easiest to overcome. Yo, what's up, Balrogic? Yes, it is time for us to break away for the lunch hour. If you've never been here before, in the middle of every stream, we break away for about 30 to 40 minutes. I've got to feed Backlog, baby. I got to feed myself. I'm going to go off cam, but I'll still be on mic, so we can hang out, we can chat. We're going to watch an automated game of Fortune Street that I'm going to set up on the Wii, and we'll chat for a little bit, we'll get some food in us, and then we'll get back to Tactics for the second half of stream. So if you're only here for Tactics, come check back in with us in about 35, 40 minutes. We'll be getting back to it. Otherwise, if you want to hang out and chill and chat with us during Fortune Street, that'll be great too. I'm going to run an ad to get us back closer to the hour while I set everything up and go get the little guy. And when we come back from the ad, we'll be out to lunch for about 30 to 40 minutes. Thanks for being here, y'all. See you on the other side.
Free for all! 3, 2, 1,
Keep it fire! 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 Peek it fire! Keep it fire! Keep it fire!
Five, four, three, two, one.
Keep it fire!
Time up. This game's winner is Ness.
All right. Ness is back on track here. Wins that round, bringing the score to 5-2. Still 4 more rounds to go. Ness breaking the tie with Pikachu and firmly moving into 5th place for now. Alright, that's our Smash housekeeping done. And now we can move over here because we are out to lunch, folks. Let's see. We'll choose the Dragon Lord in honor of the demons that we're fighting today. Platypunk kind of looks like those gargoyles from the first fight. And what if we choose Patty and Jessica as Celia and Led, the 2 beautiful assassins? That's going to be our character selection for today. And then, let's see, we got a couple of castle-y levels. We got Trodaine. We got Peach's Castle. And then we also have All Trades Abbey, which is not really a castle, but... And then we have Bowser's Castle. Let's just do good old Castle Trodaine. We'll pretend it's Castle Limberry. Little guy's getting going on his bottle. And once I get this automated game rolling, I will go heat up some food for myself. So if you've never seen this before and you have no idea what's going on right now, don't worry about it too much. But But if you love digital board games and you somehow don't know about Fortune Street, you should definitely look into it. I wanted this segment to be Mario Party, but you can't do all CPU Mario Party, which is really sad. None of the Mario Party games ever released support all CPU. You have to have at least one human player. I was very surprised by that. I hadn't really thought about it until I was trying to put this segment together. I wanted something that was going to be automated so that I could be hands-free, and we'd have something to look at that was different every time, you know, instead of just like playing a video or something. And I'm not really keen on the idea of like watching a YouTube video and reacting to it. That just feels weird. And there's just too many variables there. Alright, now we're rolling. But this mode lets you basically switch to an auto mode to let the computer play for you. And it's intended for you to, you know, reclaim control after you're done like going to the bathroom or when you're no longer out for lunch, which is where this segment gets its name, partially. But you can just leave it on, and the game will play itself. So, now that that's rolling, I'm gonna go take a few minutes to heat up some food for myself. And we're just chilling and hanging for the next little bit. Alright, I'm back and I'm scarfing. Free Kindle books, nice. That does sound cool. Just like an aggregator. It's like they have that for like GOG games and Steam games, where it's like, okay, here's a bunch of games that are free. They're not any particular genre or whatever, but here's all the free ones. Right. Yeah, it's not piracy. It's just stuff that's like 100% off on whatever platform or whatever. That's cool. Come on, little guy, you stopped dead in your tracks. You're doing so good. He's very interested in what I'm eating. To the point that he's forgetting that he has his own food in his mouth. There you go. There you go. You're almost done. I know you really want to just launch yourself off the back of the sofa. Wouldn't that just be so much fun? staying away from romantasy. Yeah, I definitely. I am not a romance fan, I gotta say. Like, I don't mind a little bit of, like, character romance as part of a larger epic. But if it's more than, like, 30% of the story, I'm pretty uninterested. I like romanticism, but that's totally different. You mostly write ship fics. I have nothing against it, but yeah, that's not something that I would ever seek out. Unless it was like a comedic one. And I wanted to read it because it was funny. Alright, I think the little guy has given up. I gotta move him. Street, I imagine you saying that, and then me not knowing what to say, and so just saying, "And my axe," to show a general level of support. Cozy fantasy. Now that's interesting because I just think of fantasy as being, like, inherently cozy, and that's why I like reading it. So I guess maybe that means, like, it's devoid of certain things, or maybe focuses more on other things in addition to being devoid of certain things. Like, I guess, yeah, it's very subjective, I suppose. Like, I suppose there's certain people that wouldn't consider something like Lord of the Rings to be cozy. Because it's, like, really dark and morose, and also, like, the writing style is dense. So maybe cozy also has something to do with, like, its readability. Character-driven slice of life. Okay, interesting. Like, the first thing I thought of when you said cozy fantasy was Redwall. Because that's, like, my cozy fantasy place. It's, like, not super hard to read. It's not, like, revelatory or cerebral, you know? It's, like, fairly trope-driven and, you know, predictable, good versus bad types of stories. So that, like, makes it kind of cozy. And it's, like, lighthearted and humorous, and even, like, the darkest moments and stories that the series has are, you know, pretty tame. But it's by no means slice of life. And most of them are character-driven. Okay, I'm gonna take care of my dishes, reset the room, and feed the puppers, and then we'll be back to tactics. I'll see y'all in a couple more minutes. Alright, I'm back. I'm ready to get back to it. So, let's kill Fortune Street. Say goodbye, everyone, to your exciting game. Alright, and we are back. So, we're back on the overworld. That's pretty exciting. We also don't have a destination. So typically when this happens... Oh, we do have a destination. Whoa, Igros. We gotta go confront our brother. Now look at this map. This looks pretty complete, y'all. This looks pretty complete. This is a new location right here, Dolbodar. Dolbodar Swamp. Fertile swamp south of Limberry, Dolbodar River brings fertile soil to the plains. Can we shop here? We sure can. See if there's any more bar rumors. Zodiac Stone. Ah, this is old. Monster in Riovani's Castle. Yeah, we know about that one. Lots of propos. Fisherman Kyo. But unfortunately, you can't send guest characters on propos, which really sucks. These are so tempting. I'd love to be doing all of these. Anyways, let's go to the shop. See what we got here. Nothing new, which is good news. We might want to get another rune blade to have in our back pocket for if we ever need to sub out the blood sword. Crystal helmet. I don't think we're going to need more than 3. 3 is kind of our magic number. Crystal mail, though, it's probably about time that we upgrade everybody. So we currently have Carabini mail as our main heavy armor. And it's only a 10 HP difference, but... Gobi, no. No. Absolutely not. Gobi's being a brat this week. It's been so rainy, which means she doesn't get her normal enrichment. She doesn't get to play with Nima, because Nima doesn't want to do anything. And we don't get to take him for walks because it's raining. So she just gets all this pent-up, naughty energy. And nowhere to put it. I don't know. Maybe we... Like, it's tempting to go for the extra 10 HP just because we can afford it. The red shoes were not purchasable before? Huh. Yeah. Because we only have 1 pair. We don't really use magic at all, so... I don't want to invest in those. Germanus boots are still great to have in the back pocket. I desperately hope that we don't need Always Float. I feel like the fight for Always Float was the Velius fight. And we didn't have access to him before that. Canceling Don't Move and Lightning is interesting. These are so cheap that I feel like we should just buy them. I'm just going to buy a full set of these. And then everything else is stuff we've seen before. Oh, Angel Ring, though. We could maybe buy 1 more Angel Ring. And maybe we should get some defense rings, too. Or wait, no. Death Sentence is not the one that we run into. We just killed Elmdor, so I don't think we have to worry about Bloodsuck anymore. But, you know, that could turn out to be wrong. We have 3 Jade Armlets. We could buy 2 more. We bought those because we were worried about Gafgarian and Ygraf. And they're both gone now, but Celia and Lead both had Petrify and Stop too. But it seems like they're probably gone too. If Elmdor is gone, they're probably gone, right? Confusion and Charm. It might be good to grab a couple more of these. Let's get 2 more of those. We'll stick with 3 as kind of our magic number. The defense armlet is the one that we stocked up on. That's right. Canceling slow isn't super high priority. Adding a bunch of evade is really cool, but I don't think it's worth giving up like move +1 or like attack +2 or something. So, we now know what holy water is for. We can restock our X potions. 2 more high ethers. We'll get a big stack of Phoenix Downs here. And everything else should be good. Let's go into the formation screen really quick. I do want to check in on Salome's chemist skills. I think it's now safe to go ahead and give her some more item commands, as long as we leave a balance open that can cover throw item and auto potion. So I can spend down to 750 is what I'm going to allow myself to do here. So let's see. I think Elixir could be good in a pinch. We've now seen a scenario where holy water is a thing. Remedy covers a lot, so that might be a good one to grab. That would also cover my whole balance that I have available. I feel like it's got to be either the ethers or holy water. Or remedy. Like, the odds are good that remedy is the one. You know what? I'm just going to continue to wait. I'm just going to go back to my previous stance of just waiting until we specifically know about something and then we have the points for it. Instead of just trying to precog. Okay. We also want to reset our equipment back to kind of what we had before. But I guess if I'm going to buy stuff, I should do that first. So, let's go back into the shop. Let's buy 1 more rune blade. Let's buy... yeah, let's buy 2 crystal mail. Screw it. You have shields here? We do have shields, although we haven't been using them. So I think we're good there. And... maybe 1 more angel ring? It might be a good idea to have at least 1 of these, too. Well, you know what? They're so inexpensive. Let's buy 3 of these. And then we'll buy 1 more angel ring. Alright. And once again, we have tons of things we could sell if we needed to make money for something, but we don't actually need the money right now, so... we'll just leave it. Alright, first, we're going to take all of Meliadul's stuff. Thank you. Now Ramza. We're going to switch the black costume back to the power sleeve. And we're going to switch the angel ring back to the sprint shoes. Okay, Matsuo, can you use the Save the Queen? Yes, you can. And it is stronger than the Defender. So there we go. 2 massive swords. And then he's going to switch from Chameleon Robe back to Crystal Mail. 108 gems back to Sprint Shoes. Okay, Roberto, Crystal Mail. 79 MP is probably still fine for him, although this Light Robe is pretty amazing. That'll be the thing to swap him to if we really need the MP. Because that's probably better than White Robe now. Well, no, the White Robe is actually better. Well, he loses more HP, though. Wait, never mind. No. It's empirically better. And then what was the other one we had? Oh, that was the gold hairpin. Which is the other. That's headgear. So yeah, if we really needed MP for something, we'd go Light Robe and gold hairpin. Yo, thanks for hanging out, Dragonfly. Have a good rest of work. Okay, and then Veronica's gonna go back to Flash Hat. Hello. And back to... Oh no, Power Sleeve stays. Okay, and then Salome's good to go. She got upgraded to the Crystal Mail. And that's everybody. So yeah, I need to remind myself what city these other three... Or, sorry, the other 5 losers are in. Since we have to go so far, I think it might be worthwhile to go and get them. Let's do a save before we move. There could very well be a scene that triggers as soon as we move. Okay, let's see. This is save file 5. Before I don't have an opportunity, I'm going to go ahead and open a prediction for the next ad. It's coming up soon. Ness won the last one. Here's your points. New predictions, same combatants, 2 minutes to get a wager in. Ness is up 5-2. Still 4 rounds left to go. I'll start that ad in a few minutes. Okay, so save slot 5 is post Limberry shops. Now, the first thing we're going to do is we're going to go into Al-Islam's record and read about some people. Anything new about Ramza? Nope. How about Alma? Nope. Zalbag. Nope. Dysadark. Nope. Okay. Larg. Gultana. Nope. Okay, how about... Unlikely, but we'll check Funeral. Nope, same stuff. Orlando? Nope. Elmdor. This has got to be new. Died in a battle at the Fused Plains. Came back to life as Lucavi, but is defeated and killed by you. Okay, so there's this repeated conflation that every demon is Lucavi. So that kind of clears it up, actually, in a weird way. So we thought Velius was Lucavi. We thought Zolera was Lucavi. So it's kind of like this almost blanket term that they assume that anything that evil and otherworldly must be Lucavi. But in actuality, they're probably like the 12 apostles of Lucavi type of thing. Celia. An Ultima demon summoned by Marquis Elmdor. Alright. Same thing for Led. Vormov. Leader of the new Zodiac Braves, which High Priest Funeral tried to recreate, but Vormov seems to have his own intentions. Okay, I don't think that's new. Rofel? Temple Knight under... Yeah, he goes to Igros to form an alliance with Duke Dysadarg, one of few men that knows about Vormov's strategies. Okay, so there's confirmation of that. Meliadul. She has doubts about her father's existence. To uncover her father's identity, she joins your party. Okay. That should be everybody. How about the stones? Oh yeah, we got more stones. Sagittarius. Sagittarius is the green stone. The High Priest gave it to Meliadul. Interesting. I guess that makes sense, because Vormov is under the church, Islud was under the church, so naturally Meliadul was as well. Meliadul was coming after us, but now that she knows the truth, she's flipped allegiances, but the church doesn't know that yet, or at least they didn't when they gave her the stone. So, let's write this down. Sagittarius is the green stone given to Meliadul by, well, we'll just say the High Priest. By, I was going to say the church, but we'll just say by the High Priest. Okay, and that is from Al-Islam's record. And then the rest of these are all... These were all here before. Oh wait, no, Gemini wasn't here. Gemini is the purple stone. Ah, okay. Gemini is the purple stone obtained from the defeated Elmdor. Interesting that they refer to him as Duke Elmdor here. And not Marquis. Okay, and I think all the rest of these are new. Libra is the one we got from Sid. Scorpio is Draclau. Pisces is Alma. Aries is Ygraph. Taurus is Mustadio. Okay, cool. Job. So 2 of our people are at Lionel Castle, and the other 2 are at Dorder. So maybe what we should do is just grab the 2 at Dorder because it's on the way. We're going to pass right through it, so we won't lose any extra time on our way to Igros. I don't think going down to Lionel is going to be worth it. So, here, let's save one more time. Same slot. Okay, and we need to move... actually, I want to see what Dolbadar swamp looks like, but I don't want to do a battle here. Oh, okay, we're getting the automatic scene thing. This is what I predicted. We might just get kicked out back to the map after this. We'll see. That looks like Ovelia. Haven't seen her in a while. Uh-oh. Where did he escape to? You, search over there. He was wounded trying to escape. He must still be near. Oh, hey, it's Olan. Olan, are you okay? What an awful wound. Be strong. Also, that text box referred to her as Queen Ovelia. Ovelia, your highness, I must tell you. Don't speak. Please, listen to me. My stepfather Orlando didn't murder Lord Gotana. Okay, hold on. Let's write some stuff before this gets too out of hand. I always regret reading too much before writing. I know it's inconvenient for you guys. I don't know where this is. So, we'll just say Olan reports to, this is going to be silly, Queen Ovelia and is wounded in the process. He tells her that Orlando did not kill Goltana. I don't know why she would really care about this. It's not like she's a fan of Goltana. Goltana wanted her dead. The game literally started with Goltana kidnapping her. Or I guess that's not correct. I think it was Larg's forces pretending to be Goltana's forces. I don't know. Doesn't matter. Suspected of conspiracy. My stepfather escaped Bethla with Ramza Beowulf. Now he's his stepfather. First he was father-in-law. According to Al-Islam, he's his adoptive father. Now he's his stepfather. What's going on? Escaped Bethla with Ramza Beowulf. Now he's fighting to stop the High Priest's evil plot. I trusted Uncle not to start any rebellious movement. So she refers to Orlando as her uncle. That's interesting, which would make her Olan's sister? Okay. Orlando did not kill Goltana and lets her know he is with Ramza. Ovelia refers to Orlando as uncle. No good. The door won't open. Highness, are you safe? Please, open this door.
Then who? Who killed Lord Goltana?
It was. Your Highness, are you all right? Here he is. Oh, Delita's got a new outfit.
You there. Leave this room.
Okay. I think we're just about to get hit with an ad, so let me write this last thing and then we're going to switch over before we continue. Just as Olan is about to reveal who killed Goltana, a newly dressed and extra stately Delita barges in and commands him to leave. How ironic. We'll talk more about that when we get back from the ad. Good luck if you're in the prediction. See you in 3 minutes.
Free for all. 3, 2, 1, go! This game's winner is
I don't know, y'all. That one didn't look like a fluke to me. That one looked pretty solid. Mario's still in it. 5-3 is our new score, with 3 rounds left to go. You need 6 wins to clinch, so Ness is at game point here. But Mario not letting go easily. So let's get our scores updated real quick. Mario continuing to improve his score there, moving firmly into second place above Captain Falcon. Very surprising. I think I'm going to change the color scale of this far right column, but I'm going to resist the temptation to do it right now. Okay. We're all updated. Let's go back over. Welcome back. All right, so Olan's like, my dad and your uncle didn't kill Goltana, like everyone is probably saying. And she's like, okay, well, who did it then? And then, boom, Delita walks in. That's like a class. There's probably a name for that in like film theory, and I just don't know enough about film. But it's like when the answer to, like, somebody asks a question and the answer to the question is a person, but before the other person can answer and say that person's name, they like walk into the room or enter the situation, or like the scene changes and that's the first person that you see. You know, it's like it's not a narrative device, but I guess it would be a visual device, some type of technique used in filmmaking to, like, you know, clue the reader or the watcher in. Even though they know the answer, they probably already know the answer, but it can be done in a humorous way too. It's used in comedy a lot, but not exclusively. Okay, so Delita walks in and tells Olan to leave. Delita's got a new outfit. He's looking very sharp. He's acting very stately. People are bowing to him. The little, like, crest thing behind the head that kind of looks like the top of a gamer chair, which is really funny, seems to be like a signifier of these really high-up people who are like dukes and marquises. And Goltana had one, Larg had one. I think it's supposed to be like an inverted hood that is not currently on, but I could be wrong about that. Huh? I said leave this room. Oh, he's not talking to Olan, he's talking to the non-10 knights. But I'll not say it again. Yes. Okay, so maybe he's gonna be cool and reveal himself. Please, don't be rough on Olan. Such a foolish thing you did, Olan. You, traitor. Oh, please, you know you wanted this too. Look around, see anyone who's really saddened? You should thank me for killing your father. Now nobody will be after him. Okay, more to write. So, correction. Delita was ordering his non-10 to leave the room. Not Olan. He enters with Balmafula and they all converse. Delita tells Olan that what he did, parentheses, breaking into this castle, question mark, was foolish, and that well, actually, hold on, let's separate that. Was foolish. Olan calls Delita a traitor, and Delita counters that Olan should thank him for staging Orlando's death. Okay, I need to highlight my question really quick. All right, resuming. Stop that nonsense. Why? Why did you do such a thing? I told you I'd make you into a real monarch. You liar. You're just trying to use me. You don't trust me? Well, Ovelia? I'd like to trust you, but... I must talk to Olan. Go to your room. Is this not her room? Please, be gentle with him. Okay. So... Delita... claims... he... killed... Goltana... to... have... Ovelia... exceed... the throne... but she still admonishes him and does not trust him fully. He seeks her thanks for putting her on the throne, but she accuses him of wanting her there just so that he can manipulate her. Delita asks Ovelia to leave so that he can talk with Olan, and Ovelia expresses concern. She
Seems worried that Delita will torture / punish / kill Olan.
Let's see what happens.
Okay, I promise.
I should have got more ice during the break. Uh-oh. Oh, I see. She did the old open the door and shut it. Like she left, but she stayed in here.
I don't care. All I wanted was to clear my stepfather. Do it in one death blow.
So Ovelia pretends to leave and eavesdrops. Olan resigns himself to death and cared only to clear Orlando's name to Ovelia.
So we were right that they wanted to make it look like Orlando and Goltana killed each other. That's why they killed the fake Orlando in that same room.
What are you talking about? I can't have you dead. What am I worth to you alive? You'll work under me. Ha! Don't be a fool. I refuse, even if it means death. You cannot refuse. I'll bring down the Hokotan and build Ovelia's kingdom. Of course I'll kill the High Priest. I'm not his dog.
Interesting. Okay. Delita says Olan will be forced to work under him, even though Olan would rather die. Delita vows to kill the High Priest.
Are you serious? What the hell? I'm sure you know I'm right. What I'm planning to do is completely justified. A former squire, now in control of knights, and restoring order to the world.
Delita.
Also, he said he would bring the Hokotan down. Oh, okay. Okay, I understand now. Delita
Claims his cause is righteous, just, and deserved. That he is restoring order to the world.
Sure, man.
It's easy to understand. This is the hero the people have been demanding.
For that, you're going to take advantage of everything?
Is that wrong? What's the matter? Want to kill me?
Wait, why did Balmafala move there?
I know the High Priest sent you as an assassin.
Oh, she's acting like she's gonna stop Delita.
Okay, hold on. Delita feels he is the hero that the world is clamoring for.
We wrote a whole page, more than a whole page, just of this scene.
Balmafula starts making a move as Ovelia rushes out. Delita plays cool and claims to know that Balmafula was sent as an assassin by the High Priest.
Welcome back, Street.
And if I betray you, you'll kill me, right? Go on. Stab me with that dagger. What's the matter? Go on. If you don't kill me, I'll kill you.
He doesn't afraid of anything. Okay, this is usually a flashback song. This way. Mister, wait. I know what's going on.
Father. Come here. I'd like you to see something. This. Do you know what it is?
Of course. This is moss fungus, a mushroom. Its poison isn't that deadly, though.
No wonder.
Mister, we'd best be going.
Why are you so scared?
Don't you know? Moss fungus only grows on corpses, and tombs with moss fungus corpses are major bad luck. They say moss fungus corpses mean the end with that family's generation.
Okay, you may go now.
Thanks, mister.
You must keep this a secret.
I will.
Father.
Okay, so not a flashback. Zalbag visits Balbinus grave accompanied by a chemist and confirms the presence of moss fungus. So because he overheard the conversation with Dysadarg and Rofel, he now knows that this means that his brother killed their father. And I think he's pretty shocked and upset about it. We're going to do another save here, even though we haven't actually gone anywhere. This was one of those scenes. So we're going to save in slot 6. And we'll call this post overworld scenes. All right. Now, we're going to try to get a random encounter at Dolbadar because I want to see what it looks like. But then we're going to reset and go past it without an encounter. So, this is like the Bervenia volcano, or whatever it was called, where it was just a new map dot that appeared off the beaten path that we'd never been to before, but it wasn't required. Now this one isn't off the beaten path. It's like a convenient way for us to get back to... Oh, you know what I just realized something. I should have continued on to the next dot and saved so that we could reload that save in case this is a really hard dot to get by without an encounter. Too late now. Okay, well, we'll do it here then. So we'll walk to Bethla. We'll save again. In slot 7. And we'll call this at Bethla no rando at, was it Dolbadar? Dolbadar. Okay, that way we don't have to worry about not getting past it after we get to see what we want to see. I just want to see what this battlefield looks like. That's it. It really feels like the map is complete. Is the other thing I was thinking about. Alright, file 6 is what we gotta load here. It doesn't look like there's room for a lot more new locations. You know, we can zoom out and there's more continent to the east. So, you know, something could go this way. Maybe. But all of this, like all of this real estate, where all of this stuff is now, early on in the game, you could scroll over here and just look at this empty space. So this kind of feels more like an outer boundary. You know, like Ivalice is kind of shaped like Europe in a very general way. And then this would be like, you know, another continent like Russia and like Asia, even though it's technically connected to this continent. I have a feeling that that's what's going on here, and like this is not part of Ivalice. Because Ivalice is not like a planet, it's like a realm. Or a continent. Okay. Anyways. But yeah, and there's not really room for anything else down here either. So that makes this feel very late game. There could be a dot that shows up like in the middle of Limberry, I guess. That's not what I meant to do. There we go. So we're going to keep resetting until we get a battle at Dolbadar. Is it the mic crackling, Street? Like just my voice, or is it something to do with the game audio? Because every once in a while, yeah, it's my interface. I got to go reset my interface. Thank you for telling me. Let me do that real quick. It's been a lot better lately because I figured out, I think, one of the reasons why it happens. But it still seems to happen just after it's been on for a long time as well. Let me go reset it real quick. Alright, hopefully that should resolve it. Let me know if it's still doing it or if you hear it again. Appreciate it. That drives me crazy. I don't know why it happens. But at least I figured out part of the issue. So my interface is plugged into a power conditioner. And just for convenience and laziness, I would have everything that was plugged into the power conditioner just switched on. And that way, when I went to go turn on the power conditioner, everything that's plugged into it would just turn on, right? Well, apparently, that's not a good thing to do. Because I guess my guess is that, like, when you first flick it on, it, like, sends a little jolt of power to everything. But then, like, it isn't, like, full voltage immediately. So what would happen is the interface would boot, but not with, like, a great source of initial power. So it's better for me to have the interface turned off, turn the power conditioner on, wait a second, and then turn the interface on. And that has significantly cut down on the number of times that this happens. And I didn't forget to do that today. So that's not why it happened. But sometimes it seems to happen just after the interface has been on for a while, too. But I don't think it's anything to do with, like, USB load or anything like that. I have a lot of USB load in use, especially when I stream, but there's not really anything that makes it spike. So it seems like it would be like an all or nothing. Like it would just constantly crackle if there was too much USB bandwidth being used. Or not at all. There we go. Finally got Dolbadar. We're not going to do this battle. This is all just because I want to see what this battlefield looks like. That's it. We've never seen this place before, so. Obviously, I reserve the right to change my mind. If there's something cool here, we'll do the fight. There's a dragon! Cool. This is only the second time I've seen a dragon. And the first time I saw one was actually off-stream. I had to redo a fight off-stream really, really early on. And it was a random encounter, but it was a tile that we had to cross. And, I think I did the fight, but, like, not as optimally as I wanted. And so I did it again off stream, and the second time there was a dragon. And I'm assuming that this is like a rare enemy type, and the appeal is like to recruit it, because you can capture monsters in this game. which seems like a really cool mechanic, but it seems like it kind of shoots itself in the foot because it's such a... it seems like such a low value. You know, like having a Morble and a dragon on your team and a red chocobo, that sounds really cool, but like, you can't customize their abilities at all. I don't even know if you can control them or if they're just AI. So, it seems kind of weird. Anyways, that's all I wanted to see. I just wanted to see the battlefield. That's it. Now we can resume our main quest. We're going to hoof it over to Dorter Trade City. We're going to take back our squad of losers that have been on a side quest for like 2.5 chapters. And we're going to get them back. And they're just going to rot in our formation screen so that if we recruit another guest character, we have somebody we can let go. Oh, I loaded the wrong file. Oh well, we should be able to walk here for free. The one time we get it 2 times in a row. That's awesome. All right, I'll remember to load file 7 this time. Ramses Brave is up to 97 now. That's absolutely nutty mode. And none of our other characters, Brave or Faith, are changing, so it must clearly be a story-related thing. Alright. So, now we're at Bethla. I don't think we've ever had the chance to shop at Bethla before, so... you can check that out. Still can't. Okay, we gotta get past Zyrkyle and Aragway Woods without a rando. We'll go one at a time. Okay. So this is 8. We'll just call this Zyrkyle. No rando. And this would be the save file to go back to if we, for some reason, changed our mind about going back down to Lionel to get the other 2 characters. Alright, and freebie at Aragway. Slot 9. Aragway. No rando. And these are also the save files we would go back to if there's like a stupid hard fight that we needed to grind something for, and we'd hit the randos that we need along the way. Because I'm still committed to keeping the calendar down, even though if I don't even know if that matters. Alright, and here's Dorter. Let's go to the bar and finally get our folks back. How did Discovery Race 2 go? We left Dorter Trade City. I went on Discovery Race 2. I had a good feeling. The job required a keen sense of observation, but that was our best. We managed to discover it. We pushed through rivers and plains, and ended up in a strange place. Alicia pushed on with courage. To a vast ruins. I guess this one was a success. This is the way. Alright, we found another place. This is the second time we have found a place. We got a nice return of money, 21 grand. It's tempting to send them out on another Propo. But I don't even know if we're going to be coming back here. And if we run into Olan and he wants to join us, we're going to need somebody to let go. And if we run into... who else might want to join us? That we could run into... Zalbag might want to join us, you know? So... Count Minimum. What a hilarious name. That's like a Sesame Street joke. Also, that's a really funny propo. No new rumors. I don't think we need anything from this shop, but we'll take a look here. So we have a more powerful ninja knife. We don't have any of these. Good for battles as blades longer than a regular ninja sword. But it doesn't actually reach farther, right? No way. Attack power 2, attack power 13, and a chance to add don't act, which is nutty mode. It's tempting to get 2 of these, just, you know, just in case. Ooh, a new hat. Ooh, oh my god. Oh my god. This is an incredible hat. It adds a ton of HP, and it adds speed +2, and it cancels don't move, don't act. We need at least 3 of these, but we should probably get 4. So it is time to sell some stuff. Actually, hold on. Let me look at Roberto real quick. Yeah, this doesn't cost him any MP because he's wearing armor. Same with Salome. Yeah, speed +2 is absolutely nuts. And, you know, the Flash Hat is already speed +1, so those folks are only going to get 1 extra point of speed, but still. Okay, continuing on. Everything else looks good. Nothing else new. We're topped off on items. We already did that. Okay, so we're gonna buy... Oh, and the light robe is purchasable now, too. That's good to know. I don't think we need more than 1 of these. If it's gonna go on anybody, it's gonna go on Roberto. Nobody else uses MP in our team. So, I think we're okay. Alright, so we want to buy 3 thief hats, which is 102,000. Or 110? Yeah. And we have 67. We have a lot of things we can sell. First, we need to go to the formation screen and figure out what we can sell. Ideally, we would keep the flash hats. So let's sell everything else that we can sell. And go from there. Do we sell the Defender? It's worth 20,000. The Excalibur's worth 5. They're like, please don't sell this. But the Defender is worth 20k. We can definitely sell the Platinum Swords. Let's see, is this staff worth keeping? No. Ninja Knife can go. Heaven's Cloud. Tough call. Mithril Spear. Dictionary. Okay, Hidden Knife can go. Crossbow can go. Alright, let's move on to armor. Black Hood can go. Circlet is totally classed out, right? Yeah, circlets can go. The golden hairpin. Hold on a second. the lady's doing something, and I just wanted to make sure that it was her banging on the side of the house and not somebody else. Actually, hold on a second. I'm gonna go check on her. Okay. Sorry about that. She was knocking down a dirt dauber nest. Back to the shop. I think we can get by with just one golden hairpin. I don't think we're ever going to use more than one. So I'm going to sell 3 of these. The twist headband, still probably worth keeping for certain situations. The green beret, though, can go. That can go. That's classed out. The black robe. 60-30. It powers up magic, which is cool. If we ran into a situation where we had to use magic. Black costume we're definitely keeping for the status resist. Let's see. Diamond armor can go. Carabini mail can go. I guess I'll get rid of 3. Earth clothes. Unlikely that we're gonna need to absorb earth. Power sleeve. Definitely worth keeping. I think the wizard robe can go. As well as the wizard outfit. Yeah, these can go. White robe. Half elemental damage. But just so much worse than chameleon robe or black robe. 60-30. 50-34. I mean, I don't know. I guess it is maybe worth keeping, but probably only 1 white robe. Now that we have the light robe and 2 black robes, I don't think we need more than 1 of these, situationally. And all this stuff is like on my Propo team. It's not worth selling, it's too low value. Okay, what about accessories? Don't think we want to sell any accessories. Dang, the chantage is worth 30,000. We're never getting rid of it, though. Yeah, I don't think there's anything here that's worth getting rid of. We have 169,000, though, so we have enough. We're going to get 3 thief hats. And we still have enough left over for the 2 spell edges if we just want to have them in the back pocket. You know, we might really need Don't Act for a specific pesky enemy. Or we might just need somebody to use 2 swords as a ninja and they'll need, you know, heavy armor so they can't have equipped sword and use our other swords. You know, we could be in that kind of a situation at some point. I'm inclined to just go ahead and buy it while I can afford it, because we know that our armor is up to date, and that's the most important part. And I don't think we're going to see any other weapon types that we want. We know our swords are up to date. So I'm going to go ahead and buy 2 of these. Alright. Now we go to the formation screen. And let's make some updates here. So we have an extra rune blade if we ever need it for Ramza. Now he's going to get a thief hat. Speed of 13 is absolutely cracked. Also, his light purple sword and his light purple hat, I wish we could see in context. Matsuo cannot wear the thief hat. Roberto can wear the thief hat. And I think this is worth it. He's been very ineffective as a priest. I'm almost inclined to just switch him to being a chemist as well. But I will probably regret that if I do. So we're going to give him the thief hat. Speed plus 2 is nutty mode. Veronica is going to get a thief hat. So Salome is still going to be really, really slow. Maybe I should buy 1 more for her, because I can afford it. And then Matsuo remains our slow, plodding tank, which 9 speed is really not slow. Plus he has auto haste from the Excalibur. So he now has auto haste from the Excalibur, and he has auto protect from the Save the Queen. So Matsuo is like the ultimate tank. Alright, yeah, let's buy 1 more thief hat for Salome. That's totally worth giving up 20 HP for speed plus 2 on her. Because she's kind of falling behind otherwise, with a speed of 8. We're going to have to sell a couple more things, because it costs 35 and we have 32. So let's sell... maybe we can sell like an old shield. Aegis shield, no. Crystal shield, no. Defender, no. We could sell these Heaven's Clouds. That would get us there. Oh, 1 flame shield would get us there. Let's do it. That way we still have 1 of each. Alright, 1 more thief hat. All our money's gone. 400 gil to our name. But we're cracked. Whoo! Only 1 character with a speed below 10, and they have auto haste. That is beautiful. Okay, let's save. This will be slot 10. We'll call this Post Dorter Shops parentheses Thief Hats. Okay. I'm going to run the last ad break of the day before we move on. We're going to try to get past Swiggy Woods with no random encounter when we come back. No prediction. See you in 3 minutes. Last ad break of the day. Thanks so much for being here.
Free for all! 3, 2, 1, go! Five, four, three, two, one. Time up. This game's winner is Ness.
All right, Ness finally locks it up and takes it home. 6th win means that he wins the matchup between these two characters. But we still keep going for all 11 rounds in the interest of data and killing time. 2 more rounds still left to go with Ness and Mario. We don't have a selection yet for the fighters fighting after this. So if you want to pick who fights next, it'll cost you 1,000 channel points. Totally wide open. Any of the 12 characters would be a correct choice. Nobody's done all their matchups yet. Ness is the mascot and the true red tunic owner. Interesting take, Draconics. Red tunic, as in like Zelda, like Goron tunic? All right, 6 wins over Mario. There we go. Also, welcome in. How you doing? All right, let's go back over here. Boom shakalaka. All right, let's see if we can get past Swiggy Woods without an encounter. Cool. We'll save in slot 11 here. And we're off to Garaland. So save slot 11 we'll call Swiggy. No rando? And I don't think there's anything in Garaland that we want, but we'll take a look. Not that we have any money anyways. Yeah, we're good there. Alright, now we need to save. This is the big one. So this is save slot 12. And this is Garaland pre-Igros. This would probably be one of the ones that we're most likely to go back to. Now, we're going to try to move to Mandalia with no rando. We don't get it. So hopefully we can make this happen on subsequent tries. This could be a fixed encounter. It's probably worth loading into just to make sure that this isn't forced for some reason. I'm assuming this is a random encounter, but we should make sure. Since it's right before the required encounter, I could see this being forced. It's weird to see this battlefield again. Yeah, this is just a rando. Just a little kitty and a goblin. Oh, and a random guy. Hello, random guy. Buster. He's got good equipment, though. We're going to reset, though. I don't want to do this battle. Even though the amount of experience that it would give us would likely be incredibly minuscule, I still don't want it. Okay. Mandalia, take 3. That's the last of the matcha for the day. It lasted me pretty much the whole time. That's another bonus of not putting any sugar in it. It makes me drink it so much slower. When I used to make them the old way, with like the level of sweetness that I liked, I would drink the whole thing in like less than an hour. Because it was just so yummy and tasty. Like every, breath between thoughts where I'm not talking. It's like, oh, better take a sip. Okay, there we go. One more save. Slot 13. And we'll call this Mandalia. No rando. Pre-Igros. All right, so we're going to find out what's in store for us here. This feels very big. This, to me, seems like it will be the end of Chapter 4. Presumably, we're going to be confronting Dialog. Ramza doesn't know that Dialog killed their father. But we were kind of the favorite child of Balbinus. And the 2 older brothers resented us for it because... we were the child of, like, the, second or third wife, and they were, like, the firstborns. And so we're, like, a halfling, half-brother, half-blood to them, and less than. So they already resented us for that. The fact that, father liked us best, because we were the baby, I guess. Maybe there was more to it than that, who knows? Maybe he could tell that we had a good heart and they were a little more corrupt. But I'm assuming Ramza's gonna find out what Daisadarg did. Maybe Zalbag's gonna show up and confront him, and that's how we're gonna find out. But whatever happens here, it's gonna be big. I don't think Delita's here. I don't think Vormov is here. And those are the other two, like, villains right now. Obviously, there's the High Priest. I don't think the High Priest is here. You know, because, like, geography-wise, Zeltenia Castle should be where Ovelia and Delita are. They should be here. And then the High Priest is in Mirand, which we don't actually have access to on the map. But Mirand... I guess Mirand could be further east over here, or it's like in the middle. Because like this is Limberry, this is Zeltenia. Bethla is part of... Is Bethla part of Lasalia? I don't think so. Let me go back to my kingdom list here, actually. I know this is a major tangent and not even what I was talking about. But now I'm thinking about it. This is way back. Way back. Here we go. Zeltenia is northeast. Lionel is in the south. Limberry is in the southwest, or southeast. Lasalia is right in the middle. Galleon is in the west. That's where we are now. And then there's Mirand. Oh, and Fovaham. Fovaham is northwest. So we don't really know where Mirand is, but just by process of elimination, it's got to be like in between Zeltenia and Limberry, or it's to the east over here. So I don't think anybody from the church is going to be all the way west over here. You know, this is Beowulf country over here. This is noble land. This was where Larg was based out of. But everybody was fighting over here in Bethla Garrison. And this was like, you know, the Larg and the Hokoten came way across country from where they're based out of to attack kind of the Nanten Goltana home base, which was this. Because Goltana is associated with Zeltenia. So somehow Zeltenia and Bethla are both part of the same place? Maybe I'm not getting that right. But that's the front line base of the war, as that just said. But Bervenia could be part of Mirand, because this is known as Saint Ajora's birthplace, and it's under church control. So maybe this is Mirand. And then this is Zeltenia. Anyways, all of that to say, I don't think we're going to see anybody here other than Daisadarg and Zalbag. I guess Rofel could be here, because that wasn't that long ago. So maybe that is who we'll meet. Maybe Ramza will get to meet Rofel. Let's see what happens. Chocobo. No guards. Strange. This Chocobo is my brother Zalbag's. That's it. I feel like that's the first time that a character has referenced a Chocobo. Maybe not. Okay, so we just got confirmation, basically, that Zalbag is here. So I think my suspicion is correct, and that Zalbag has come to confront Daisadarg, and we're going to be walking in on it.
Is everybody... Yeah, everybody's back to sprint shoes, right? Yeah, alright. Now, we do know that Dicedarg was given a stone, and I'm sure he won't hesitate to use it with how power-hungry he is, and how desperate he has proved himself to be. Oh, wow. He's got him cornered already.
Zalbag, have you gone crazy? What is this all about? Brother, and you call yourself a Beowulf? You mean Duke Larg? He'd have died anyway. Think about it. He couldn't even fight without relying on others for help. It was a mistake for anybody like him to even start a war. It's bad to kill one's lord, but my father? I'll never forgive that. Why him? Why'd you have to kill him? What? I don't know what you're talking about. The Duke's dying words. I couldn't believe them. Why, brother? Why did you kill father? Dicedarg! Zalbag's insane! Capture him. Brother! Zalbag!
Defeat Dicedarg's elder brother. What? That wasn't translated right. It should say, defeat Dicedarg, comma, elder brother. Or eldest brother. Dicedarg's elder brother. You know, Dicedarg's elder brother, Dicedarg. Maybe it was supposed to say Zalbag's elder brother? That's still just such a weird way to put that. Okay, I don't know if we're going to lose this fight if Zalbag falls down. God, Dicedarg's schloopy arms are so funny. It gives him so much personality, the way that he, like, confidently swings his arm and his bouncing hair tuft. Alright, so are all of these just, like, regular old knights? Okay, this guy's got samurai skills. Geomancy. Greg. He's got geomancy and archery. Charging. Monk skills. Chips. His name is Chips. And this guy is a regular old knight. So I'm assuming all of these guys are with Dicedarg and they're cornering Zalbag, not these two guys are with Dicedarg. Or with Zalbag. So we gotta help him out. Loon Knight. Oh, he's got a defender, so you get another crack at it here. Interesting. He has an all-magic command? Excuse me? Sorcerer Job command. All magic rips apart. Slaughters enemies with various sword skills. Huh. Alright, what's the AT look like? We're so fast. Everybody gets to go. We're so far away from the action, though. We have to run all the way over here in order to get up there. You would need fly or some like dragoon sub-ability to hightail it up there. So we'll just start moving in. I'm not really afraid of these guys. We've got Hamedo, we've got buffs. So let's just see what happens here. I could definitely see this being a fight where the first part is really easy and then Dicedarg transforms into a demon and then he's really hard. And if you die, you have to do this part over and over again. What can I do with Geomancy just from right here? We got a chance at Petrify, which is kind of cool. I'm just going to go for that and then move. Oh, nice. We got it.
Alright, you're welcome, Zalbag. It would be cool if the result of this battle is that Ramza and Zalbag kind of like make up. Because he was kind of mean to us as well. And kind of brushed us off. But I could definitely see him changing his tune based on like everything that we've accomplished up to this point. And then also us bailing him out and helping him take down Dialog. But I could also see Ramza like childishly trying to stop Dialog from dying just because he's the brother. I'm gonna go for Battle Song rather than Cheer Song because we're so unbelievably fast. Alright, can you shoot anyone from here, Salome? You can shoot this guy. So we could go for this, or we could start dancing. I'm kind of curious if her Wiznibus has gotten any stronger, actually. Because if we could get that to the point where it's doing, like, 30 damage, it would be so much better. I feel confident enough in our speed that I don't want to worry about trying to slow them down. I mean, obviously doubling up would be disastrous for them, but I think we're going to command this fight pretty well either way. So maybe it's better to try some experimentation. Some light experimentation. So he's going to go for Zalbag, right? He's thinking about it. He's thinking about it. Come on, Dialog. There he goes. Oh, he's gonna try to hit me with stop. He's got this stupid skill. Wow, that's strong. Ramza, you were right. Our brothers started a war and killed Larg to satisfy his own ambition. This is disgraceful and cannot be forgiven. Zalbag. %, he missed. That blows. Alright, none of them did anything. And you're gonna attack Zalbag. Ooh, and they took his shield. That's a bummer. Oh! He got the counter and knocked him off, though. Brutal. 167 damage. Okay, does everybody get to go again? Oh, yeah. Ramza gets to go twice. Okay, well, we'll have one of these folks take care of that guy. Ramza can come up here and try to kill this guy. And on his next turn, he can try to kill one of the other guys. Oh! The Rune Blade crits for 350. Holy moly. That's not even fair. That's not even fair. Wow, this is doing less damage than when she was a dancer. Okay, we gotta stop that. Okay, how much health does this guy have? 115? Yeah, Matsuo should be able to do a lot more than that. But he can't do anything if he doesn't attack, so we'll have him be the one to do this. Veronica can move closer and then buff. So Veronica can come up here and accumulate again. And then I'll have Salome throw a potion at her. Oh, nice. Zalbag got the buff. But not many others did. Let's see. We'll move. I want to move Roberto closer either way. How long would it take to get a cure off? So we could get a cure 2 off right away. Let's do it. And then Salome this way, just in case she can't throw the potion that far, but she should be able to. Move her in right here. X potion. There we go. Alright, this will get Veronica back to full. Alright, now Ramza gets to go again. I'm gonna go wallop this guy right in the back. Dang.
Fools, why won't you obey? Why do you defy me? The powerful must rule the powerless ones. It's our duty. Even the once mighty royal family has fallen and lost their power. It's only natural for us to take their place. It's the right way to use our power. Why can't you understand? Don't you have any justice, brother? The Beowulf name is only for the brave. You aren't worthy of it, brother. Justice? I'm embarrassed to think you even said that. You think such pretty ideals can govern the people? Why are you able to use that sword? Why do you think the people call you a hero? It's all because of me. Because I dirtied my hands, you're here. You should be thanking me, not despising me.
Alright, I should write some stuff down. I guess I'll wait to see what his turn is. Oh, he has instant death. Fantastic. But it didn't land. Thank God. Hamedo. Owned. And we get the heal. Absolutely incredible. Oh, he's gonna go samurai mode on us here. Alright, Matsuo. What are you gonna do, man? I guess Geomancy? Okay, let me write down before any more happens, because a lot has happened. Okay, so at Igros Castle, Zalbag has arrived ahead of Ramza to confront Daisadarg. He thinks it's about the murder of Larg. But Zalbag presses him for a reason to kill their father. This all transpires just before Ramza arrives. So he still doesn't know. Zalbag tells Ramza that he was right about Dysadarg's ambitions and plans, and they aim to take him down together. Dysadarg doubles down and insists that Zalbag be grateful since his ambitions have improved his status as well. He goes on to insist that the Beowulf duty is to rule the powerless.
Okay, that's enough for now. Let's see what geomancy we got. Oh, it's petrify again. Nice. Yeah, we'll just go for this guy. I kind of want to wallop Dysadarg with Ramza. Alright, we'll get Veronica up here in the mix to take the first shot at him. Is he done already? And he's got one more hit left. What's the AT look like? Okay, cool. Yeah, we got this pretty much locked up. Because that guy's not coming back. I guess I could have Roberto just do like a quick heal on Ramza. Yo, Popsicle, welcome in. Tactics is going great. We've made so much progress today and yesterday. Oh no! Roberto! He was just trying to heal me! Ramza's so wound up. That's so funny. Alright, we should not try to do that ever again. That's okay. Yeah, we're feeling pretty unstoppable. We've had some difficult fights, but we've been able to get through them pretty reasonably. Versus the last round of difficult fights we did, kind of at the end of Chapter 3. We've kind of been stomping Chapter 4. Alright, there goes Dysadarg. Let's see if he transforms into a demon.
If only you hadn't interfered. Ivalice would have been ours. The Beowulfs. You fools.
Uh-oh. Here it is. Green mode. So naturally, the stone is going to hear his desperation
and use his body as a vessel. Oh yeah, I highly recommend it, Mr. Popsicle. It's a phenomenal game. Both mechanically and narratively, there's so much to dig into. Alright, we have Adramilk here.
So that's it. Now I know. Young fool. Here's a souvenir for you on the way to hell. I killed Balbiness. Yes, I did it. The Beowulfs finally had their chance to rule, but he blew it. That idiot. So I killed him. Even a sword master can't fight poison.
So this is still Dialog talking. Oh. Zalbag's gone.
Now it's your turn. You'll regret opposing me.
Okay, I was right. Phase 2. Okay, so... You gonna let me write? Okay. After defeating... Dialog, the stone... Well, actually, we know which stone this is. Hold on. Instead of writing the stone, I should write which stone it is. This is... Capricorn. Capricorn. After defeating Dialog... Welcome back, Street. Capricorn is invoked and he transforms into Adramilk. And I'm pretty sure it makes sense for the Capricorn demon to be a goat. I don't remember why. I don't know a lot about Zodiac or astrology. Okay, he teleports Zalbag away, saying he has a gift for him on his way to hell. Then we fight. I think this is the 4th page of notes for today that we're about to flip over onto. Okay, AT. So it's just us and him. Everybody gets to go. Or Roberto's dead. Wait, does Salome get to go twice? No, Matsuo gets to go twice. But if we surround him, we should be good. He's in kind of the perfect spot here. So, oh, thank you, Onimar. Yes, I forgot to take it off the screen. We're gonna come up here and we're gonna Phoenix down Roberto because Ramza killed him, even though Roberto was trying to heal him. Capricorn is a goat. Okay, thank you, Onimar. That's what my subconscious was telling me, but I couldn't remember with certainty. Alright, Matsuo is going to come up here, block this dude in. Start whacking. Alright, Roberto, you should probably get away. Because I don't think you're going to be any use to us here. Or actually, hold on. We could chance it and hope that Salome can potion him, and then he could try to throw a cure, like, right here. Although I don't know if that's going to work height-wise. Let's see. It does work. Okay, this could be really beneficial. 115, 111. Yeah, let's do it. All right, we're going to gamble a little bit. I don't think he's going to be able to move. He also might just die here. Because we're hitting him so hard. Alright, that's like a solid 800 damage there.
The Ghost of Fury.
Alright, he's not moving. Alright, X potion for Roberto. He's gonna kill whoever he attacks. Well, I guess if... Yeah, he's gonna kill Veronica. He's not gonna kill, Matsuo. Matsuo's got too much HP. Good damage boost here. Whew! And he's dead. Same thing that happened to the last guy. Just whack them while they're charging. He didn't even get to attack. Oh, he said the S word. I wasn't ready for that. All right, we're screenshotting that. That's amazing. After all the, like, verbose, you know, kind of prosaic soliloquies that these demons do, it's really funny for him to just curse like that.
It's still not right. If only Bloody Angel were here, this wouldn't have happened.
That's one more shiny rock for Scooby and the gang. And evil spirit dispelled. There we go. Oh, maybe not. Maybe that evil spirit's still in that one.
This is the end of the Beowulfs. Names don't matter. What's important is how you live your life.
So Ramza didn't get to find out that Daisadard killed his dad. Because Zalbag is not here to tell him. Wow. Okay, so let's write a few things here real quick while we're in this silent prison. I'm sorry. With Adramelk defeated, and Zalbag gone, Ramza does not learn the truth about his father's death. Yo, Brucey, welcome in. Is this D&D? I don't know if that's a joke or not, but if it's not a joke, the answer is no. This is not D&D. But it did... Oh, maybe Adramelk is a creature in D&D. Maybe that's why you're asking that. I don't know a lot about D&D. And then also, Ramza says... I liked this line, so I want to write it down. This is the end of the, and I'll write it in orange this time. I don't always. Beowulf name. Names don't matter. Which feels like something that Delita should have said earlier on. Yeah, I'm just taking notes to understand the plot and write down thoughts about the character development, where to go next, what to do, all that kind of stuff. Alma. I must save Alma. Yeah, we don't even know where she is. We have no idea where she is. She's got to be wherever Vormov went, right? Because he had her last. I doubt she's here, and we know that she's not in Zeltenia or Limberry. How many more castles are there? I guess the last time we saw her, she was in Lasalia. A new location. Oh, this is where Morond is. Morond is a little island. Whoa, okay. Was not expecting that. Let's step into the bar real quick. Okay, no new rumors. Wasn't expecting any. Check the shop real quick. Make sure we're good. Everything should be the same. Sure hope so, because we're out of money. Yeah, we're good. Okay. Are there any items we need to top off? We used 1 Phoenix down and 1 X potion in that fight. So I think we're okay. I think we're okay. Let's drop a save. This will be slot 14. You wish there were modern games that are like this. In what way do you mean, Brucey? Do you mean mechanically or narratively? Or perhaps you mean both. So this, we'll call this Igros post Adramelk fight. The vibes, like the UI and the narrative. Okay. Sure. I mean, there are definitely a lot of games that are close. But you are correct to assume that not a lot of them are modern. I haven't played Triangle Strategy yet. It's not the same as this mechanically exactly, but it's similar. But I really don't know what the narrative is like. It's like, I don't know if, I don't know if it's like high fantasy or more like, geopolitical, low fantasy stuff like this. I can't speak to that because I haven't played it yet. But there's also, well, I guess this is technically an old game, but it's a new version of it. There's a Tactics Ogre remaster, which would probably be the best thing to look at, because it's made by the person that made this game, and it's the game that the Final Fantasy folks were like, hey, we like this. You should come over here and make one of those with Final Fantasy. Tactics Ogre Reborn is probably the most similar game to this that's modern. Oh, and Devarian was saying, didn't Adramelk say it during his transformation? Maybe? I'll have to go back and look. But I feel like Ramza would have had a reaction to it, but maybe not. Or maybe he said it in like a cryptic way that was obvious to us, the player, but not to him, having not heard the first part of the conversation or something like that. What I have on my screen right now, how the text is displayed, is cool. Yeah, there's good fonts in this game, for sure. Really good fonts. Okay, so we need to go back through Mandalia without getting a rando. Success. Slot 15. And I was wrong. I thought that was going to be the end of a chapter. It's not. So Morond has got to be. And then to Garaland. And then we'll save again. This will be wrapping back around to slot 1. And then I'm going to have to leave y'all on a cliffhanger for today. Because it's way too late for me to start another big scene and battle. And it is just about time to end, so that's what we're going to do. Let me just get my save files written down here. Garaland pre-Morond. All right. So now we finally know the geographical relationship between all of the 7 kingdoms. That's pretty exciting. I'm also going to read this map entry really quick. Morond base, strongest of the Glabados churches, autonomous of the government. Spooky, spooky. We might finally get to meet the High Priest. We haven't ever actually met the High Priest. We have heard a lot of talk about him, and we have read his entry in Al-Islam's record. We know his name, even though everybody just calls him the High Priest. But we haven't actually met him yet. I don't think he's even appeared in a scene. He's very much a figurehead at this point. I don't know what we're going to see here, actually. We could be facing off with Vormov. That's a high possibility. Or we could be meeting High Priest Funeral. And I guess maybe the implication is that Alma is here. I guess that would make sense if they're trying to use her as the vessel for this other demon summon, that they'd probably be doing this here. But we're going to have to wait till next week to find out. Next stream will be on Tuesday. We're going to be hopefully finishing up Kirby's Dream Land 2 and starting Kirby's Dream Land 3 immediately after. And we'll see how long that takes. We're stuck on a fairly challenging boss fight in Dreamland 2. And then because we got all the collectibles, I think we're going to have like a super boss after that. If that's really stupid hard, I'm going to give myself the option to just say any % is good with me and move on to Dreamland 3. But we'll check it out, we'll see. Sometimes collecting the collectibles is fun, and the super boss they unlock is not fun. And I have no commitments to 100%ing the game. So that's what's going on Tuesday. Tactics will resume on Thursday. Thursday and Friday next week. We will have more tactics. And probably see the conclusion of Chapter 4. It's been Chapter 4 for a while. We've done a lot of stuff in Chapter 4. More than Chapter 3, for sure. So I feel like we're getting there. Oh man, that is a tempting raid target. Yeah, I'm gonna pass on that. For reasons. I'm not feeling that brave today. Let's... Well, we'll keep it simple. We'll go see Jackie. Jackie's trying to beat Super Castlevania 4. She's having a really rough time with the final gauntlet. So she's doing a thing where she like attempts it a couple of times at the beginning of the stream and then moves on to like the actual scheduled game. No, I am not trying to 100% this game. That ship sailed a long time ago. There's all these like little side quests and stuff, and I haven't really been doing them at all. There's little Easter eggs here and there that I definitely have passed up. That's something that I'd probably try to do on a second playthrough. I don't do a lot of second playthroughs because I have so many games that I want to get through, but this game is so good, I would love to play it again someday, and I think it would be so much faster to do a second playthrough of. I wouldn't be sitting there analyzing the story. I could just kind of blow through stuff. I know the optimal builds and paths. I could do like a super grind and then just destroy everything. I can go for all the little extra stuff and see what I missed. I think that'd be really fun. Sometimes I 100% games on my first playthrough. but this isn't one of them. Usually it's got to be a newer game with a little bit more modern quality of life that kind of like tells you how many things there are and how many you're missing, and you know make it a little bit easier for you to 100% and keep track of things. Like, I'm playing this game so insulated, I don't even know what 100% means. So how could I possibly find everything without like looking up a bunch of stuff? I don't want to look up anything because I'm afraid I'm going to get more information than I want. So, you know, yeah, I'm just playing it how I play it. Super insulated. And then we'll save the hundo run for some other time. Yeah, it's hard to keep the immersion in the first playthrough experience and get everything and do everything unless the game has all of that like built in for you to like track, you know, and you know somehow let you know like, hey, if you end this chapter, all of these side quests will become unavailable, you know, which we can intuit a lot of that. But anyways, let's get this raid started. We're going to go over here, start the raid, and hit the button. Also, Alex Halliday, nice to see ya. Hope you've been lurking and having a good time. We're going to head out. We're going to go see Jackie. We're going to see how frustrated she's getting at Castlevania. It's looking like the frustration level might be kind of high. So we're going to go cheer her on. See if she can get through this boss gauntlet. Don't backseat her. Let her concentrate. If you know stuff about Super Castlevania 4, she's not going to be interested in outside info. Anyways, see you Tuesday for Kirby. Next Thursday and Friday for more tactics. And more Grim Fandango on a Sunday whenever we meet the sub goal. That's all I got for you right now. 10-2's getting close. Switch 2 next week. See you later.